chat. Hello, hello. How are we all doing, chat? How's it going, everyone? Doing some Tarkov today. So this is gonna be quite a thing. This is gonna be a day. It's gonna be a day of tilt. It's gonna be a day of exciting tilting gameplay. I'm hoping I don't get too fucking upset. It's been a while since we played some Tarkov, guys. It has been a hot freaking minute. So we're gonna be going through here and we're gonna be trying out the new wipe. We'll go USEC this time. But it has been a long time since we've done any Tarkov on the channel. I think I've skipped maybe 2 or 3 wipes. Like, I didn't play any of that new map with like Lighthouse or whatever they call it. Hey officer, thank you so much for coming to channel member, dude. Appreciate that. But yeah, it has been it's been some time. So we're gonna go through. This is definitely, just to preface, like, this is not gonna be anywhere close to like the level of intensity or teaching that our previous Tarkov raid series is like, because like that was when I was warmed up, I was in tune, and I'd been playing that for a while. It's been a minute. So we're gonna just go through, see what's new, how things have changed, because there's been a lot that has changed. But yeah, we're gonna have a chill stream. I'm gonna try not to like absolutely go freaking insane. But yeah, let's go ahead and just start going through. I gotta remember things, you know. I remember who to get the tasks from. So we got Salewas we gotta get, and then we've got to kill scavs all over Tarkov territory. This is new, which is cool. Okay, so that's a small change already that we noticed. Do we go in with an M4? Well, first things first, we're gonna go in with a scav. 100%. We're gonna start with scav, and for Salewas, we're gonna go through and hit a couple of the medical stashes. But yeah, as far as a dedicated raid series, if I start getting back into this wipe and I know what's new and I know all the new changes and the new maps and I kind of feel comfortable with it, then I will. But otherwise, like, this stream and my current Tarkov mindset is just, I'm just gonna have fun. I'm just gonna have fun with it. I'm not gonna try to like sweat too hard. If we get clapped, we get clapped. Yeah. Should be chill. Should be chill time. But is anyone else hopping in? I hear they might have had a couple server issues earlier. I'm not quite sure if they've fixed that quite yet. But we shall see how that goes. I'm hoping we're able to get into raids. I know scav raids are generally harder to get into, or the queue times might be extra long, so we'll see. If it takes too long, we'll just hop in on our PMC. We'll probably give it like 4 or 5 minutes, but yeah, it should be good. Should be a good time. Should be a good time. Might get GeForce now so you can play squad. That's actually like a really interesting thing, is like cloud-based gaming. Like, it's kind of wild. Yeah, I personally haven't heard too much about it, but like, it's pretty insane. What's up, Santi? How you doing, dude? Do I still play Battlefield milsim? Nah, 2042 is just, it was half-baked. It was half-baked from the get-go. Yeah, I know, it's been a minute, Santi, huh? Have any tips to improve the communication? For milsim, it's a lot of just know what you're gonna say before you say it, be fast and be clear. Right, your ABCs: accuracy, brevity, clarity. So make sure you're not stumbling or saying weird things over the comms. Make sure you're brief with it. You don't want to have like a whole monologue on the comms, and make sure you say it clearly. You can be understood, you're speaking loudly, and you're not mumbling, and you're pronouncing things as clearly as possible. How goes your hosting business? AWN's doing great. We're all sold out on 10900s right now. Like it's every time we restock, we're selling out. We've got a couple cool things planned for AWN that you should be hearing about in a little bit. Like we're gonna be having a new thing, so that's cool. But yeah, server hosting has been good. We definitely feel like the chip shortages and hardware shortages from COVID, like that definitely affected supply. But otherwise, 81's doing great. We're constantly growing and selling out, so it's been great. What is my favorite shooter game? I play different shooters for different reasons. Right now, I would say I don't really have a game where I hop on and I'm like, I want to play this every day regardless of whatever. Generally, like how I pick the games that I play, or like I'll log on and I'll be like, what kind of experience am I trying to get today? Do I want CQB? I'll play Ron. Do I want to do some big team stuff? I'll play Squad. Do I want to really start LARPing? I'll play Arma, you know? Have I tried Ready or Not solo? Not really. My whole thing is like communication, working with teams, even if it's randoms. That's like my big shtick, right? That's like what I'm known for, is like either leading people. Oh, cool, we got into a match. It's either leading people, or if it's working with others. That's kind of like what the channel is about. Aside from Tarkov is actually the only content that I play solo, now that I think about it. I'm trying to think if there's any other game I play solo on the channel. Yeah, no, pretty much every other piece of content that's uploaded from me is teamwork oriented, right? Ready or Not. I guess you could kind of maybe say Sandstorm, because sometimes I would just hop on Sandstorm and, you know, just brain off, shoot people. Squad, I always try to lead a squad. Like, it's very hard for me to not play squad leader in Squad. Yeah, I enjoy that aspect of it. Like, it's hard for me to play single player games these days. I don't have the patience for it anymore. What's this? Interesting. I don't know. Do I throw this? Very weird. Okay. Oh, it's Segura Gear Company. Holy. Dying on Tarkov has grown to become a hobby of yours. Hold up, let me get my hat. I gotta pull out the hat. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, Segura's an awesome group of guys. They helped us with when we did the controlled pairs meetup. They sent us out a whole bunch of stuff to give out to the guys that came, so that was dope. But yeah, appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by. Tarkov is it is a punishing experience for sure. That's dope. That's dope. Yeah, let's hope that we have a decent day on Tarkov today. When we're rocking 5. Dude, I just tried to Ready or Not check my magazine by holding R. The wipe has already happened. Yep. I do not stream on Twitch. Yeah, but we'll just try to see what's going on. "15 minutes in, outskirts, factory gate." Dude, I gotta remember everything. That's like one of the things that like I always forget about Tarkov, is like how much they just don't teach you. It's insane that a game like this has like zero kind of learning functions, you know, or systems in place. Oh yeah, there's VoIP negotiation now. I forget, like even that is like kind of new to me. Like I it's been so long since I played. I forgot that you can talk to other players now. That's because that's about when I stopped, is shortly before that. I've not played Onward at all. The development for them has kind of gone quiet. I know they're working on things though, because I think Michael Surhas joined that team. Love Mikey. Such a good guy. There's like nothing here. I don't even know what my VoIP button is. I wonder if all my keybinds are still here. Hello? Alright, these are all players, guys. Hello? What happened to Ready or Not? What do you mean what happened to Ready or Not? I think this guy swept through here. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be all looted. We can try to check the other camp, but where are we going? Scavbridge? I don't even... Scavbridge across the vehicle extracting on this direction. Where's outskirts, chat? Is outskirts towards the scav house, or is it the concrete wall? What happened to Ground Branch? Ground Branch also slowed down. Dev juice takes a long time, especially for these indie guys, and Ready or Not's been killing it with the updates. So it's kind of like it's just been slow. Ground Branch doesn't have enough going on for it right now for it to keep me like interested aside from the odd event. Scav house, yeah, that's what I thought. This calls in an airdrop. You're trolling. Is this an actual thing now? Is this an airdrop crate? Bro, there's the airdrops too. Like, I barely have any experience with that. We're gonna have to relearn the entire game, so I guess you'll be able to at least see like how I learn, or watch me learn, I guess. Ground Branch is really like... The cool thing about Ground Branch is that the features... Okay, let's not run towards the gunshots. The features within Ground Branch are extremely good. Like the high ready, low ready, how the weapon compresses, the animations feel amazing. Being able to customize your kit is cool. But it doesn't have an experience that ties everything together consistently. You know, like the playable experience in Ground Branch, if you're just a solo player, you got a small group of friends, is co-op versus AI killing bots that are extremely predictable, and the experience just isn't varied enough. Whereas like if you look at a game like Ready or Not, it has a decent amount of those features. It's not done to the same level that Ground Branch has, but the advantage that Ready or Not has is that the playable experience, you know, going through maps, killing AI, arresting AI, you know, all that gameplay loop is fun and is extremely replayable, which is Ground Branch is like, it's not, because the game modes aren't set up for it yet. I don't know if they ever will reach that point. So in my opinion, the best way to play Ground Branch and the most fun I've ever had playing Ground Branch is in like curated PvP events. So we're working right now to try to get, and modding's becoming a thing in Ground Branch as well, which is really cool. But if modders or maybe the official devs can work on improving that like experience of like playing a match and making it fun and making it replayable, I think Ground Branch could get to a point where it's like a lot of fun and I can play it consistently. But like it's just so much work to go through and trying to set up a fun experience in Ground Branch that I have not done already. That's just the problem with it. But I do love the game. I love what it's trying to do. It just needs to do it, if that makes any sense. Yeah, Death Screen and Dadbots, thanks for dropping by again. So if you guys watch TikTok, he makes some awesome snippets of like gameplay plus tactics, real world tactics. You should check them out. Really cool videos, well explained, short, concise. I don't know. Let's just I don't even know what that did. Was it a pen flare? I'm so confused with what that did. There's no way this calls in an airdrop, right? It's just a, what is it, like a, it's like a, it's just a flare. That doesn't do anything, does it? But, yeah. There's so many games I look at, and it's just like, I want to be able to combine different parts of all these different games in my vision, you know, and create like the ultimate experience. Because I've played a lot of these games to death, you know what I mean? I try to get every little drip of fun I can out of these games. It is airdrop. All right, we'll wait here for like 5 minutes. How long does it take the airdrop to get here? You're trolling me, right? Chat, is this thing actually gonna drop anything, or are you freaking memeing me? How's the wipe? I mean, we're just playing it. This is the first 8 minutes of this wipe. All right. I mean, we'll wait here until the 5-minute mark. If we don't show up, then. But if our first raid ever in this new wipe is an airdrop, that'll be pretty cool. I wonder if I'm going to be able to make it to extraction is the problem. No way that's an airdrop call-in, right? I don't know. Tarkov's done so many wacky things over the last year that I could totally see it being or not being an airdrop. I think that's part of the problem with Tarkov these days, is the fact that I can believe that that would call in an airdrop is a problem, you know? Whereas like if you go back to like old school Tarkov, there's no fucking way like a flare would call in an airdrop. But the fact that you can say that and I can kind of believe you is kind of the problem I have with Tarkov these days. Is that it's reached that point of like, what the fuck craziness is going on? Kind of experiences like this game has gone through some very weird changes, I'll say, from what I remember it being. But yeah, just the fact that I could believe that that would be an airdrop call-in, is weird. Yeah, and that's just the sad part, is like, I don't even know if it was the dev's original intention for the game to go this route with all these events and wacky things and Twitch drops and shit, right? Like, sure, it could have been because the game's in early access. We don't really have a full vision on what they're trying to do. But like, I was sold on this game, and I really enjoyed this game being a hardcore, quote-unquote, realistic, in a certain sense, survival simulator. But it isn't that anymore, and I'm fine with it going a different direction. It just it's just sad. It is an airdrop. Is it a red? Is it a red flare? Because that's the flare I had. Or was that part of an event? There's no way I'm gonna be able to loot this thing and make it to extract. How long does this shit take? I should have probably popped it immediately then. Is the red flare an airdrop? Because that's the one I had. Dude, this is... It's not even feature creep, though. It's not even feature creep. It's design decisions. It's not even that they're adding in, like, a whole bunch of new features that no one asked for. It's, like, the direction that they're going with their existing features. You don't think a call-in play drop would work in Tarkov? Well, the thing is, like, that exists in Tarkov. Like, airdrops exist in Tarkov now. You know, that's a feature. I just don't know if you can call them in with flares. Well, I'm not going to be able to extract because I've been waiting around for this thing. But I guess we found out the red flares do not call in airdrops, I guess. Do I have merch? Yeah, but it's kind of like... It's not really a thing for me. What's this? We're not gonna make it outskirts on time. Shooting red flare signals. I don't know then. Maybe you have to use the flare gun, not the pen flare. Maybe it's a different flare. I don't hear the plane, so I'm guessing it's just not coming in. We don't have anything on us really that I care about this raid anyways. Do my hands ever cramp up? No, I've never had any kind of carpal tunnel or like problems with my body or hands or anything. Yeah, I don't know, it's gonna be close if we get out. I mean, we're not really coming out with anything. We got a backpack, which is cool, I guess. Didn't you read the dev notes? Bruh. No, I don't read fucking... There's too much I've missed out on. There's too much. It'd be like 3 patch notes worth of reading if I wanted to get caught up on everything. Fuck that shit. I'll figure it out as we play. I'm not too miffed about it. Yeah, I just walked by another scav, but I'm a scav too, so he's not gonna do anything to me. Yeah, Ready or Not just updated. Oh, that's cool. Ready or Not just updated their supporter branch to main branch. So if you were waiting for it, it happened, I think today or yesterday. But in the last 24 hours, supporter has been pushed to main, which is cool. It's a coincidence that that shit is dropped right now on the same day that it's that Tarkov wipe is resetting. How do you keep the timer on the top right? When it gets low enough to like the last 10 minutes or something, it'll stay up on the screen. What do you guys feel is missing from the tactical shooter space? You know, what do you guys feel like? What experience do you guys are you guys feeling like? Yeah, no one's made a game like that within the milsim or tactical shooter space. Out of curiosity, because I feel like there have been a ton of disappointments for a while. Ready or Not's like one of the only games I'm not disappointed with. And I'll be completely transparent. This last squad update, like it's cool that we have Marines and stuff now, but like content-wise, it's like still really lacking. And amphibious vehicles kind of feel like a gimmick with the limited quantity of maps that they're on and how much they're used. Wow, am I barely gonna make it out? I don't know. I've never actually extracted this close to the map running out. Wait, this is not outskirts. Fuck it. Oh well, whatever. Console milsim, World War I milsim. Hey, don't worry, Trouble. You'll get a. We'll get some value out of that, okay? Well, that was very fun. All right, let's get up for our first raid, actually. All right, so where are we going? That's what we got to figure out, is where do we want to go? How do we want to go? So we're definitely going to do 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6 splint. We definitely do this. We do this. Carry an extra pair of these. Not taking this stuff in on the first raid. Not taking the M4. We can take the Comtac. No, no, we're not gonna take the Comtacs. MP5. We could go MP5. We could go MP5. I don't think there's a reason to not use an MP5 right now. MP5, meds. Okay. God, it's been so long. I'm like forgetting like what I need to bring in. Let's not bring this stuff. Let's see if we can. I wonder what's available these days. Let's grab something cheap. Sling bag. It's been too long. 4 mags, 50 extra bullets. I don't think I'm missing anything. Bring a surgery kit. I don't think I get one. Oh, I do. Cool. Look how long it's been. We can warp on customs, which I absolutely hate, or we could go woods. Let's go customs. Woods, customs, Salewa. Where am I gonna get Salewas? Woods, factory, interchange. No. I don't know Lighthouse that well. Shoreline, definitely no. Reserve, definitely no. It's one of these. Where should I go? We're gonna go to one of these. We're gonna go interchange. Insure this. Milsim with destruction. That is a good point. There are very few milsim games in existence right now with destruction. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It has been a long time since we've seen a game with destruction. Very true, very true. Squad V3 is out. So I talked about this already. Like Squad V3 is like I have a lot of problems with V3. It's good. It's good that we're getting content patches. I have no like it is definitely good. But especially after I've been playing like our modded version of Squad, like it's hard for me to go back to vanilla. Vanilla Squad is just so terrible. Maybe terrible is the wrong way to put it. It's so terrible for me. Like I've played 3,000 hours of the game. I see the problems with AAS and Invasion and how Squad is currently set up. I'm just so tired of playing Vanilla Squad. So if our mod was working, I'd be playing that right now. But when we even look at content for V3, right, we get Marines, which is cool. New character models, awesome. The M16s that they're all using, except for 2 M27s that are available, and then which isn't even usable as an SL technically because you get iron sights instead of an ACOG for the SL with the M27. So technically, there's one usable M27, which is the AR, and then you also get the M38, which is an M27, technically, right? But it's supposed to be suppressed for the Marines. So infantry-wise, it's kind of meh because everyone else is using M16s, and the only visible difference that the M16s have versus the M4s that have been in the game since forever is the fact that the PEC is sideways and you don't have full auto. But I don't really use full auto anyways. So the Marine is a playable infantry faction for me, or like it's whatever. And then the vehicles are cool. The AAV is really cool. I really like the AAV. Labs, we've had labs in with the Canadians and the Australians. Like labs are nothing new. The tanks, Abrams, we've had Abrams in forever. The AAVs are like the only new vehicles. The AAVs and the ribs, and then the helicopters. So we get 3 new vehicles, which are cool. But like All right, let me put it this way. New content is cool. I want to see gameplay improvements. I want to see gameplay innovation. You know, that's where I'm at. That's an easier way for me to say this. I want to see problems fixed. I want to see new features and mechanics added that improve the experience. I don't want to see a reskin of a vehicle or a weapon that I've seen in forever. Now, we can say that amphibious vehicles are that. It is a new mechanic. Yes, and you would be correct. The problem is they have little to zero impact on the actual how the majority of the game is played. Because number one, there's only 3 maps that actually support it, and once you get off the carrier onto the mainland, it's irrelevant. It doesn't even fucking matter. So, like, amphibious vehicles to me already feel like a gimmick. It just feels like nothing is done to improve the actual gameplay within Squad. It's just a shiny piece of candy that we're getting in these content updates. What I would like to see is an insurgency gameplay rework, which they talked about in the roadmap God knows how long ago, you know? That's what I want to see. Or I want to see actual mechanics like there are problems within the game with AES and invasion fixed or improved upon, right? What I don't want to see is a quote-unquote new gun that has a peck on the side, and I use an amphibious vehicle for the first 5 minutes into a match where I get off the carrier onto the mainland. Like, I don't care about that. I'm sorry. I don't care about that. It's good that there's more content. But I'm at the point where I need to see gameplay improvements. Like, the game has been played. And maybe this is at the point where it's like, oh, you know, you got 3,000 hours out of the game. Yes, I did. I did get 3,000 hours out of the game. I kind of really want to just take this and leave. But, you know, if you're asking me why I'm not playing Squad V3 and why it doesn't entertain me and why I'm not interested, that is why. It's because I've played enough Squad that I already know how Squad plays. Me getting a new gun is cool and all, but I need to see gameplay improvements. Actual, functional, tangible improvements to how the game itself is played. And V3 doesn't do anything. It just adds a new faction, which is good. It is good. But I'm at the point where, like, I've played so much Squad, I know the problems and the meta, and it's just hard to play. Same reason why I don't play Sandstorm anymore either, is because, like, you can tell from this channel, like, I'm a much more cerebral player than like a Twitch shooter, or like, there's someone over there. I need to stay in the darkness. I like being able to use tactics and strategy or innovate upon those things. The scav on my right, player on my left. I don't want the scav to aggro to me and start shooting yet. He one-tapped me, holy shit. Head eyes. That was a good shot. I was trying to go for the shotgun guy that was right on the other side. I didn't know if this guy to the front saw me. But Jesus Christ, nice shot. He fucking stood up and fucking tapped me. I wanted to get around and just blast this guy with a shotgun and third party it, but that other guy just popped up and like fucking snapped my face. Going back to like gameplay improvements or like things that change gameplay, right? I just get tired. You just get tired of playing things. It just happens, you know? So that's why Tarkov's fun, or this Tarkov wipe is fun, is because I haven't played this shit in forever. So it's like relearning things and like challenging myself and like using my brain, like coming back and having to use my brain of like relearning things is like fun. That's why I'm playing this over V3. It's gonna be frustrating, but like at least my brain's functioning. You know what I mean? At least I'm gonna be able to like start using my brain a little bit more rather than playing Squad. I already know what to do on every flag, on every cap, on on like in every situation. That's the problem I think when I play Squad these days, like after you play it so much, is you can foresee how the game is going to end, right? You can take a look at the map, and if you play enough Squad, you can see what's going to go where and how your team's going to react. What the hell are special slots now? Is this just like, what are special slots? Maps keep games alive to a certain extent, but it's gameplay innovation in my mind, like a constant improving of gameplay that really does it, right? That really improves how games feel and how they play. Where are my painkillers? I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Keep this in here, maybe. And then we'll go, as you can tell, this is not going to be as serious as the raid series. I'm like fucking running my mouth while playing in raid. But let's see here. Do I have anything else? I don't think so. What was I saying? I want to see game mode improvements. I want to see things that actually impact how the game is played. But adding a new faction like the Marines and Australians, while cool and do help for a short time, it is a short, is a good bump for A, their marketing to pull new players in, and B, pull old players back in for a limited time, but it will not retain them. People will come in, they'll play the new shit, and then they'll realize the gameplay is exactly the same, and then they'll go back to doing whatever. And you can say that squad that's fine at this point because squad is in full release, and anything they're releasing afterwards is cool, right? But that's the reason why I don't play squad like every day all the time now. Yeah, destruction. See, here's the thing. Like, here's one of the things that in my mind would change how squad plays significantly. That would be relatively easy to do is not destruction completely, but destruction simulated. And so what I mean by that, and this is something I've always wanted to do for the longest time, right, is if a tank shell hits a wall in squad, or this could, go for postscriptum, or it could go for hell loose or whatever, where there's no destruction in these games, but there's these buildings, and these buildings, because they are not destructible, become invincible pillboxes. And because of how revive system works in all these games, like, you can shoot into the room and pick people up, you can shoot into the room and pick people up, or shoot them out of the window and pick them up, shoot them out of the window, pick them up. And vehicles have a hard time dealing with urban environments because you cannot level the building to clear it of AT or HAT. Like, an easy way in my mind to get through this is if a tank shoots a heat round at a wall of a building, the heat damage passes through the wall. It doesn't just get stopped like it does in squad. Like, there's no way that this wooden wall is gonna stop this heat round. Like, but the problem is, once you get into games and you actually play them, and you realize these buildings with windows are now impenetrable pillboxes that can load AT into them. Vehicle combat, it just changes it makes the combat within cities like horrendous, because it's impossible to get these people out of buildings unless you hunt through every single building and put boots in the building, which is not really feasible for a game like squad. And like, people are asking destruction. I can totally understand there's a ton of destruction, a ton of resources and planning have to go into having destruction on the scale that squad, postscriptum, and hell let loose are on. 100 players, a lot of shit going on, a lot of coding, networking that has to go on for destruction to work, frame wise as well, like resource wise. But if you just make the damage from the heat round, or even if I take an RPG and I shoot it at a wall and you pass that damage through the wall, it'll have the same effect. I can clear out a room in a building by slamming my heat round from my tank into the wall, and that it essentially, it doesn't quite do the same thing because that room is still technically usable and you can get back in that room, and you can still shoot out of it. But if I'm able to just slew my turret to the wall, left click the wall, and I know that anything on the other side of that wall because I'm using a tank, and you limit it, right? So maybe it's just tanks, and maybe it's just, rockets and things of that nature. I feel like that would change gameplay a significant amount and would allow, players to, it would change how the game feels, because that is a meaningful mechanic change that thereby changes meta and strategy, because, certain strategies don't work anymore. Another thing that, the fuck, this guy's like right next to me. Yeah, Jesus Christ. We got SKS. I need a close distance, so I'm not gonna try to poke him out with the 9mm. We're see if we can get close. He's probably gonna know I've gone this way, so I'm expecting him to pop up and like challenge me here. Because there's no other way I cross the open. Oh, this guy's like fucking kidded. This is a different guy that's absolutely kitted with a suppressor and a fucking pilgrim and fucking armor already. This is another thing that burnt me the fuck out of Tarkov, okay? Is the fact that when I'm playing a hardcore, like, survival simulator, but I can get into a firefight 30 seconds a minute from spawning in. That's another thing that burnt me the fuck out. And it looks like they haven't fixed this shit. So, like, this is another thing that I always had a gripe with within this game. It's like, we're playing a hardcore game where, like, your death is, like, punishing. And it's supposed to be a survival style simulator. But guess what? We're going to put you in a spawn where you can literally see people 20 seconds in if you just look around a corner. Like, what the fuck is that? I'm sorry. I'm just tilted and salty, and I have such a bad experience with games these days. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. These are just things from playing these games and covering these games for, like, years that have, like, just fucking burnt me out. Just fucking burnt me out, dude. And you can go like, oh, yeah, you should learn the spawns and everything. But, like, what is that game design, you know? Let's make it so, like, you spend 30 minutes kitting up, but we're also going to make you get into a firefight 30 seconds after spawning in. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Someone help me. Someone make a good game, please. Someone make a good game. Fuck. You know, and this has never been changed. This is something that, like, is a big problem in my eyes. I don't know. Maybe people don't give a shit that you can see people immediately upon spawning in. I'm also talking a lot. Who knows? You know, but guess what? You know, instead of addressing the spawn system, let's add in a whole bunch of new weapons. Hey, you got the Scar now. You know, you like that, right? You like that Scar H, huh? But guess what? We're not fucking tweaking the spawns. Oh, fuck, dude. Let's see. What are we doing? Let's go customs. All I can see are problems now, dude. Like, it's just funny. It's both funny and sad, you know? All I see when I play these games are problems. But I remember a time before I was aware of the problems where the game was a lot of fun. You know, do you guys think that that's a human nature thing with all things? Or do you think there are some games and some experience you can have that even without knowing everything about the product or about the experience, you have fun and continually have fun even after you've played it an extensive amount of time and have, like, experienced a good amount of the problems? Or is it everything just eventually sours? What do you guys think? While you try to develop a game, we have tried to develop mod experiences to enhance these games. But the problem is we get fucking handicapped, right? So the problem is, like, in Squad, for example, right? Squad's always talked about how they had modding support. And I have a Squad mod. We have developed a Squad mod that, in my eyes, changes a lot of the problems that I see exist within Squad, right? We make it so that there's actual teamwork, there's actual suppressions, you work with your team, the objectives are dynamic. That exists. We've done that. We put the work in to develop it. Of course, it's a mod, so we'd have to build the whole framework. But we put the game design into it, we tested it, we push it out, right? We put the work into making this unique experience that is, in my eyes, a fix to the game. And Squad has modding support, right? Or has had modding support for a long time. But every time we get to an SDK push, like, there's a 50% chance that shit just doesn't work. Like, there is a period in time within Squad modding where, in order to show up on the main server browser, which is the only browser people use, you would have to get the mod licensed, right? Or you'd have to, like, get the mod quote-unquote approved. For the longest time, there were only 2 mods that would ever get approved, and no one was managing that. So, like, the mod scene kind of got stifled right there. Luckily, our mod was approved, but then eventually one thing happened, and there was a huge lapse in the SDK development, where there was a huge problem that essentially kept mods from working for a very long time. And that killed a lot of projects and momentum off as well. Squad's modding scene has never been able to grow, despite the game declaring or you know, saying, hey, we support modding fully. Even this latest update, so Squad V3 dropped, and we're constantly developing, working on our mod. You guys have seen our trailer for it. That was delayed a couple days, not that big of a deal. And then they released the SDK, and guess what? They totally forget to put the new map in, or they totally forget to put the new marine weapons in it. and they totally forget to they just totally forgot to put like the new weapons in, and it was just like, it still hasn't been updated with that fix yet. It's just frustrating, dude. It's just frustrating. Insurgency Sandstorm, right? I've worked with the ISMC guys to try to create like an experience to like improve Insurgency Insurgency Sandstorm, right? Insurgency Sandstorm, I put a whole bunch of work in, just talking with Hero or talking with the ISMC guys when that project was still in development about like how can we improve, you know, modding, how can we improve this game, and they did a whole bunch of work for their side of development as far as like creating weapons and everything. Like a lot of you guys who watch or play Insurgency Sandstorm know that that mod is absolutely phenomenal, right? But, right, Sandstorm makes us go through all these hoops, not using Steam Workshop, putting it on mod.io for whatever random freaking reason, right? And then guess what happens? Modding, the whole purpose of a lot of it was to get mods on console. At least I'm pretty sure that was the decision to use mod.io over Steam, was because they needed a system to get, because Insurgency Sandstorm was planned to get on to be put on console. They had to use a modding platform that allowed for that, right? And you can't use Steam Workshop because consoles don't have Steam Workshop access, obviously. So they decided to use mod.io. Sandstorm releases onto console. Console doesn't have mods. So it's just like, it's just frustrating, dude. This is frustrating. This is frustrating. I don't know what you're doing, dude. Yeah, it's just frustrating. I'm sorry. I'm feeling exceptionally ranty today. It's exceptionally ranty. You can have your gun back. Do you have meds? No, I'm not saying that ISMC as a mod is phenomenal. But like, here's my point, right? Is if you're going to add modding into a game, this is just generally how I feel. You either add modding into a game and like actually support it, or you just don't support modding at all. Because what ends up happening is you end up baiting these like mod developers who are putting time and at many points resources, whether it's like servers or, you know, Perforce or however the fuck, maybe they're purchasing licensed support, time and money from a lot, not just the guys in my community that do modding, but like this is a thing. If you talk to any modding community in any of these indie games right now, is they feel like they're wasting their time because they've been baited into like this whole modding is supported kind of mentality, because these games say, hey, we're gonna support modding, but they don't actually support modding. And so all this time and money goes into these projects that are eventually wasted because mods cannot be played to the same level that they were easily as many years before. That's why you see a lot of mod studios going off to create their own game studios right now, and I respect it, right? Like the Star Wars mod guys in Squad, those guys are developing a game under Disparity, I think is their company name or their game name, I don't know. But Disparity is a new studio created by modders. SCP Pandemic, I know, has some ISMC guys. It's just like, it's rough, dude. It's rough out here. Silly was. Please talk with Blue Drake. So I totally believe in what Blue Drake is trying to do. Like I totally support and believe in what he's trying to do, right? It's an ambitious project he's taking on. God knows how long it'll take. Yeah, I fully support him and what he's trying to do. I think the only thing that for me personally, right, as a gamer and creator in this space or in this niche, trying to listen, sorry. One of the things that not concerns me, but is weird about his project. I'll say weird. Weird is probably a little bit too harsh even then, but it's that like there's no actual like gameplay, you know, there's no actual there's no information, or like when I think about OHD, I don't necessarily think like a game. I think a platform, and that's great because of reasons of like everything I mentioned before is like modders need a platform that's actually a platform. And if Blue Drake focuses on OHD being a platform, then it can fully truly be a platform and not have to worry about game development as well. But for me as a player, it's like I'm thinking about what the next game is. What game is the next iteration of all these Steel Divisions at Pack Studios? Also another example of a modding studio that is I think moving on to their own projects and working and stepping off of what they previously had. In an SDK sense or mod sense, they're moving to, I think, do their own thing. I haven't heard much more on that, but when I think OHD, I think the project is great, but I need to see gameplay. Like, I need to see, like, I haven't seen any gameplay out of that thing that's, like, compelling. I know that people will be able to make compelling things on that platform, or that is the idea, right? But I've not yet seen any projects on OHD that actually grab my attention. Because like I said, I think a lot of game development these days, and I don't actually know if it's true or not, but this is just my feeling, right? And maybe you guys agree or don't. You guys can let me know. But one of the things is that, like, I feel a lot of games are reinventing the wheel as far as how things are done or how they look, or adding new guns and new assets. But I have yet to hear or see about an interesting milsim or platoon style I really should not be taking this fight. We can obviously see how bad I'm trolling. Alright, I'm gonna try one more mag. If I can't kill him, we're running, alright? Let's see if I can flank him. I don't know if he saw me. If he saw me move this way, we're dead. We're hard trolling this wipe, okay? This guy's wearing armor too. Helmet. If you see helmet, usually means body armor. 9mm pistol, I gotta get a headshot. There's no other way we kill this guy. Did he push me? I think he pushed me. Logical thing is he pushes me because he knows I have a pistol and I look like a hatchling. So he comes up here. What the fuck are you? He hit wire or something. That's what that was. I'm not wearing ears, which is kind of annoying. I lost him. Weird. I guess I scared him away with the fucking 9mm. This is fun. I don't think I win this, but I'm having fun. I had fun with that. Fuck trying to win. Oh, that was the first guy. Okay. The logical thing there to do, obviously, is not take that fight, but I was having fun, so fuck it. That was fun. I only hit him twice. Strange. We're having fun this wipe. I can't be asked to go try hard on this shit anymore. It's just... I don't feel it anymore, you know? That was so fun. I was so troll too. Holy shit. What do I need? Bandages. Game got ultimate? Yeah, it's the same problem. It's there's no innovation here. There's no meaningful improvements in my mind. Not yet. Armor rework will do that. Armor rework is one of those things that will be like, oh shit, the meta has changed. You know? We're wearing the Segura hat. But yeah. There are too many problems with this game once you learn what the problems are that you just get burnt out, in my opinion, you know? I applaud anyone that plays like these games like in and out nonstop all the time, like Landmark or whoever. Like, fucking hats off to you, bro. Because I don't know, I just see the problems and it's like I can't fucking deal with this shit. Armor Forger rant. Okay, here's the thing. Armor Forger is demonstrating some really awesome tech. Okay, like the game is the most beautiful game out of every game that I've played, like milsim wise, in this genre, in this niche. It is hands down the best looking game. The animations 100% need some work. Okay, hey Jack, thanks for the tenor. The animations definitely need some work. Okay, but the environments and the textures are like, once that game gets finalized, they're gonna be fantastic. Infusion being dropped early is a good idea. I think the earlier they get Reforger out, the better, because it means modders can learn Envision like earlier to prep for Arma 4. Because you need to think about, like, if they just flat out boom release Arma 4, there's gonna be 0 mods on it, right? Because no one will have had access to Arma 4's engine and modding system or ecosystem prior to the release. And I think that's what Reforger is. It's a demonstration of what, that's what, yeah, I think I said that right. That is what Reforger is. It's a demonstration of what Arma 4 will feel like, or, you know, the tech will look like. But it's also an opportunity for modders to start learning the ecosystem and how all that feels and works. Now, there's obviously problems with this, but there's pros. That's like the biggest pro, is that they can get a head start so that when Arma 4 launches, boom, you're going to have all your RHS stuff. You're going to have all your cup shit. You know, you're going to have all of these modding projects. Should like have a good idea on what's going on. You know, like that workflow and pipeline should be by the time Arma 4 comes out, should be finalized and understood, right? So that once Arma 4, boom, then we can go straight from having Arma 3 experiences straight into Arma 4 without having to wait for any additional mod development time. Because I know a lot of you guys, when you think Arma Reforger, right? When you think Arma Reforger, or Arma in general, as a platform, as a game, none of you guys are thinking about Arma 3 vanilla or Arma vanilla. No one. Maybe 5% of you, tops, are even remotely thinking, when you think Arma 3, you think about the vanilla experience, right? Arma 3 is all about the mods. So I think this mentality got fucked up when Reforger released, okay? Because the problem was, in Arma Reforger, what happened was they released it with no mods and with conflict as the main playable experience, right? That ended up with 2 major problems. The first was, somehow conflict wasn't stress tested, and so when servers started putting up these massive servers with player count numbers, the netcode isn't at a state where it can support that. And even at max 32 players, conflict was causing crashes and network errors. That was a big, you know, ball kicker, okay? The second thing about Arma Forger, and this is, like I said, it's going to happen with the next Arma platform, no matter what it is it had 0 mods or 0 quote-unquote content. Like, yes, the base game didn't have any content, but going back to what I was saying earlier, when you guys play Arma 3, I bet you none of you are fucking playing vanilla Arma 3. None of you. So what happens is, Arma 3 is existing. The next Arma gets released, and no matter what that next Arma is, whether it's Reforger, whether it's Arma 4, whether it's Arma next game, whatever the fuck it is, people are going to compare the playable experience of Arma 3 modded versus whatever that next blank no modding support Arma game is. That's just, it's just going to happen that way, right? From every iteration of Arma to Arma, you usually end up seeing people stay in the previous Arma until the modding community can catch up to the next platformer or generation, right? So I think in some way, shape, or form, Reforger serves as that half step, right? Reforger isn't necessarily a full game. It's like a half game. It's a half game with the intent to not only showcase what the engine is possible of doing, but also to get that pipeline flowing earlier and ahead of time for Arma 4. I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass. I could be completely wrong, but if you look at it, it kind of makes sense, all right? But the main problem, once again, is going back to how that conflict game mode was never stress tested. Also, the fact that conflict was being sold as like the primary experience, which is also another thing that gets mixed up in people's minds. When you think Arma 3, I have no doubt that none of you guys are thinking Arma 3 public PvP servers is the Arma 3 experience. No one. Like maybe the only public PvP experience you have in Arma 3 is like modded, is like King of the Hill, right? Heavily modded game mode just and stuff like that. No one thinks Arma 3 public PvP. So if you go into Arma Reforger and you play public vanilla PvP, do you think you're going to have a high quality good experience? Like, no. What but the problem is that conflict is like, we're releasing this game. Like, I would almost prefer it if they just said, hey, we're releasing the tools for you to create operations, and they focused on the game master mode, but they overdid it on the conflict shit, and they sold conflict as like the Reforger experience. But like even in my personal community, in our experience, no one in my community plays as conflict. Fuck that shit. We went straight into ops. We went straight into conflict, into game master stuff, and that is where the game shines. For two main reasons. We'll get into that in a second. I'm heated today, bro. I'm heated. The first thing, right? The first thing is that Arma Reforger's conflict mode not stress tested, major network issues. So when you go in and you play conflict, you just think the whole game is broken. You think the whole game is busted because conflict is busted, but it's not. We've been running consistently, like during release, we'd been launching like 40-man Zeus ops or game master ops, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? But people think because conflict is broken, all of Reforger is broken. Big mix up, you know, and it's not the player's fault. It's how that was kind of like done in hindsight. Like, I don't even know if the team at BI, like, it's not their fault, but that is what happened, and that is what is happening. Is people think, when you think Reforger right now, they think conflict, and conflict bad, conflict not a full game mode, conflict broken netcode, shitty server crash shit. They think conflict is trash, thereby, because Reforger appears to seem to want to sell conflict the most, even though I know that's not true and that's not the true Arma experience. That's where a lot of the problems are coming from, okay? There's also the problem of like no content, but we can get into that later. Reforger, however, as a game mode or milsim experience, is phenomenal for multiple reasons. The first reason is the game is beautiful, okay? The game is absolutely gorgeous. The second reason is because they have native comm support, right? You don't need to fuck around with TFAR. You don't need to fuck around with Acre or you know, download TeamSpeak. Make sure you join the right channel and you have your settings set up and you have the keybind set, and now you have to go in and make sure that you're not auto flooding the thing on TeamSpeak, and people are getting message from the TeamSpeak lady, and it's just like, oh, I'm muted, why can't I talk? Like, there's none of that bullshit, okay? Which isn't, I just checked this fucking bag. There's none of that bullshit in Reforger. Like, I could go into my chat right now and I could say, I could Alt F4 Tarkov right now and say, hey, we're running a Reforger Arma op, okay? A milsim op right now. Join the server. And what you can do is you can just launch Arma Reforger, join the server, it's broken right now, obviously, I think. But you can just join the server, and the server will auto download on the mods. There's no mod list. Oh, I am getting file mismatch. My fucking file says it's not signed. Oh, I have a wrong mod loaded. Where do I find the mod list? Blah 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 blah. All this shit you have in Arma 3. Once the system is working in Reforger, you just fucking join the fucking server. That's it. You just click enter, and then you join a squad. The comms channels are all fucking set up for you, and boom, you're in, dude. It's insane. It's insane the improvements that Reforger makes to making milsim accessible. It is truly groundbreaking in that sense. But you don't experience that because people are playing fucking conflict. which is a problem. Which is a big fucking problem. That is the main reason why I think people think the way they do about Reforger is because of that system. Now, that's not the only problem with Reforger. There are other problems. It being an early access game, it's not finished yet, right? And these things are normal. They're natural to how you know, early access release design is going to be. Number one, there's no content, right? There's like 2 factions and they have their uniforms and their weapons and stuff. Fine, sure, all good. You know that stuff is going to be improved upon in the future. And I think most people, if the gameplay experience is solid, can look past that. But it's not solid because people are being sold conflict. The second thing is that what was I gonna say? Content, and then fuck, I was gonna say something else. Totally blanked when I look at the Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola distracted me, and then I just completely fucking blanked. What was I gonna say? What was the second problem? Oh, the consolification is a weird one. It's a plus and a minus, right? Another awesome thing that Reforger has done is they've made the game accessible to console. This is the first ever time in history that milsim is available on console. That is a huge stride. A huge stride. Like, these guys can start... Is that a player? No, that's not a player. These guys can start running operations with their buddies on console. That's fucking massive, you know? And a lot of people will point at, like, the oversimplification of Reforger and how the game feels dumbed down. But if you look at Reforger, point for point, feature for feature, Reforger does a lot to improve and maybe even go further in depth on existing systems from the Arma franchise before. The main areas where it appears dumbed down are the UI, which I agree. I think that was where I was going to go. Like, number one, it's content. Number two is the, like, consolification of the game itself. There's it feels a little weird, right? Like, things look dumbed down, things look oversimplified. But when you look at the features that are available in Reforger Vanilla, they are leaps and bounds better than Arma 3 Vanilla. It just, the UI is, I think, that's a perception thing, right? And perception is reality. But the UI portion of Reforger does give off this, like, oh, it looks like console, and so, like, my initial reaction is, oh, this is console baby shit. But if you look, you have a lot of the features necessary or improved upon from Arma 3 Vanilla, which is huge. So, like, a couple things that come to mind as far as, like, improvements Reforger's made is, number one, going back to the comm system. Like, that is fucking massive. You have radio freaks built into the game. That is a massive improvement. The second thing is, like, I'm trying to remember. It's been a minute since I played Reforger. I think you can put your gun on safe now, which is not something that you used to be able to do in Arma 3. I don't think you'd be able to put your gun on safe. You can now put your gun on safe. What else can you do? You can do... Oh, God. Like, I'm so tempted right now to, like, pull up Reforger so I can take a look. Because it has been a minute since I played Reforger. But pound for pound on the vanilla side of things, Reforger does almost as well, if not makes improvements based upon Arma 3. It's just the UI and the general... Maybe it could even be the art style of it. Gives it... Kitty feel is not accurate nor appropriate, but it gives it that... No, scav. It gives it that feeling, that vibe. You know, the big buttons on the UI when you click things. The big how the main interface on the PC is laid out for when you go into the workshop and you select things. Like, it does feel like a console game in that regard, despite the improvements in content, or the improvements in mechanics within the game itself that improve or add upon existing Arma 3 features. So that's a big one. That's a great example of, like, perception equals reality, right? It's like, if it looks like a console game, people are gonna mentally make that connection in their brain that is a console game, despite the features that you've put in the work to create. Yeah. The fact that they get it on console is fucking crazy, though. They just need to make it... I don't know if grittier is the right word. I don't know if The same vibe. Yeah, I'll put it this way. The vibe I get from Arma Reforger is the same kind of vibe I get when Disney acquired Star Wars. Maybe not as extreme, but it's like everything's like rounder, everything's like brighter, everything's kind of like, you know, I don't know what you would call that. But like I remember watching the first Star Wars after Disney acquired Star Wars, and I was like, everything looks round and bright and shiny. Like I'm not sure what that is. Like you know, it's just something about the grittiness maybe isn't the right word, but like something to the edge of it that felt like it got taken off for like a rounder, you know what I mean? Like a rounder kind of product. It's hard to explain. I don't think it's an engine thing. I think it's an art design thing, right? I feel like it's an art design thing. That's the kind of general vibe I get. It's not the same extreme thing. Like I don't think they've made like Armor for Kids. You know, it doesn't feel like Arma for Kids, but there's something that just feels like a little less edgy about it, a little less sharp about it. You know what I mean? I don't know how to describe it. Polished isn't the right word either, right? Because you can look at a game that is extremely polished, like Call of Duty, like the Call of Duty Modern Warfare, like the 2019 Call of Duty and this new upcoming Call of Duty. Those are polished, but they don't have that rounded feel to it, right? They feel edgy, they feel gritty, they feel like it's marketed for older people, right? But there's something about Reforger and like how Star Wars, their new squad, their new Star Wars movies, right? Where it feels like it's a little bit, they're still polished, right? They're still polished, but there's a vibe to it that has changed a little bit. That's my opinion, obviously, but I don't know. I think there's a medical tent out here. No, not Rogue One. Rogue One is like, Rogue One doesn't have that shine to it. Rogue One has that. Rogue One is one of the only Disney movies that came out after Disney that doesn't have the same, like, you know, the same vibe as the other ones. Like that in my eyes, Rogue One is my favorite thing that Disney has produced after acquiring Star Wars IP. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're here to learn how to play Tarkov, this ain't it. I'm sorry. I know that's like what I'm known for playing Tarkov, but like I can't do it anymore, dude. I'm sorry. I don't like this game that much anymore. I'm sorry. It's unfortunate. I wish I did. I do wish I did. But I don't like this game enough to be doing the like try hard shit anymore. It's just not. And I'm so sorry because I know a lot of you love that content. Who knows? Maybe I'll get back into it. But this wipe, I can already tell you right now, we're not doing that shit. So I'm sorry. If you want to hear and listen to me rant about other games and shit, like I think that's what we're gonna do and take it chill this wipe. But full disclaimer, we are not doing try hard teaching shit because I just can't get into it. So we'll meme, we'll get into stupid fights, we'll have fun. I might drop some nuggets of wisdom where I can, where it's relevant. But I'm rusty as fuck. I'm a washed up Tarkov player, so like fucking, you trying to learn? I don't know, bros. We're gonna go this way, railroad extract, and pick up all the stash loot. Generally, when I come to interchange, if you just hit the stashes here and you get to them fast, or no one's hit them, like that's usually enough for your entire raid, and you can just constantly extract. Hop on Sandstorm. Ugh. Sandstorm. All right, Sandstorm has the same vibe, right? Sandstorm has the same vibe. That art style and like the direction they went with the UI. Sandstorm has that same vibe. It's that same thing. I don't like it when games do that, or when products do that. I don't like it when you go from like something gritty or has edge or has like, you know, that sharpness to it. That's just like what my body is telling me, what my brain is telling. I'll probably find the right word eventually, but you go from this product that has grit to it, and then when Sandstorm came along, it looks great. The game is gorgeous, and the art style is good, but you lose that edge to it. It like Sandstorm lost its edge in that aspect as well, you know. That definitely happened to Sandstorm too. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's not for me. Rainbow Six did it too. True, Siege did it too. Siege did it too. Where they end up with the, you know, more colorful, more bright, more round kind of like experience. Yeah, we're noticing that that's a trend, right? Whenever studios or companies do that shit, I personally don't like it. I know there's a lot, maybe it appeals to the masses, right? Maybe it's like like they fucking focus tested that and they're like, hey, you know, this rounder, brighter, more colorful kind of experience is more popular. But me personally, I don't like it when companies do that. Yeah, cartoonish, you know, yeah, like a little cartoony kind of feel to it. Like Tarkov, when you look at this experience, right? If you look at this game, you look at the assets, you look at the character models, it doesn't feel like extra rounded, you know, like the art style of Tarkov. I very much do enjoy this art style, Tarkov's art style. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I can't even necessarily fault these studios for wanting to appeal to a broader player base, because it is a business. I get it. At the end of the day, you gotta make money, you know? The game development process costs money. It is a business, right? These guys gotta make money. But, fuck, dude. I'm just like... It just sucks. It just sucks. It sucks for, like, the niche hardcore group. Like, it happens to them every single time. Man, I feel for the hardcore group. Because, like... Happens to them every single time in every game. Hardcore Tarkov players, they start, they play. The game gets popular. Game kind of changes a little bit, goes in a different direction. Well, rip. Same for squad. Squad starts off pretty hardcore. Not pretty hardcore, but more hardcore than it is now. Communication's more of an emphasis. Guess what? Steam sale, Steam sale, Steam sale, Steam sale. Guess what? No mandatory tutorial. Guess what? No learning materials. Player base declines. Hardcore players can't get that itch anymore. Can't scratch that itch. Arma is one of the only ones that stands the test of time because players are able to run private events and mod the game to hold that hardcore experience. Hey, Darkin, thanks for the $5. I never thought of playing Scum. One of the things for me too is also immersion and UI, UI elements and information on screen and like third person kind of stuff. I don't generally tend to enjoy playing those games. That's why I can't really get into World War 3, is because like I see the game, it's got a lot of cool mechanics going for it. It's got a lot of cool features on it. But have you seen the amount of fucking UI elements on that game? I don't want to look at that. I was watching a video of it and like the guy dropped someone and then like at the bottom right of the screen it's like plus 50 XP for player kill, plus 200 for double kill, plus 200 for using an AR, plus 200 for shooting him in a cap zone, plus 200 for doing it without reloading, plus 200 for standing. It's like, who's reading all of this? Who's reading, like, and then like you got the cap zone progress on the top left of your screen, you got a mini map in the bottom left. Yeah, I can see all the mags and all the different things in the bottom right. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Why is there a need to clutter the screen with all this fucking information? What the fuck? Like, just chill, dude. Ready or Not UI, love it. Ground Branch, love it. No UI. It's just like, what the fuck? Show me the relevant information and allow me to access the relevant information or additional relevant information upon when I call for it or when I need it. But to have that shit up on the screen all the time, it just sucks me right out of the game. I don't feel immersed in any of that shit. It's like, fucking, you know? Alright, check the stash under here. We'll go to the power station, come back in the next tract. Tarkov does a great job with UI. It does. I think a game that does UI fantastic is Ready or Not and Ground Branch. Do UI very well. So here's a... Well, this guy's gonna have looted the crate. Here's what I love about Ground Branch. And that mentality is something I think will, like, I always appreciate. I appreciate so much in video games is when you can meld UI elements directly into your game. So what I mean by that is, like, if you need a compass in Ground Branch, if you look at your watch, it is your compass. Oh, you know, like that kind of thing, where you can naturally kind of create these elements within the game that will give you UI information, but in a more realistic manner, or a manner maybe not realistic, because like there's no watch, I think, that exists like the watch from Ground Branch. I don't know, maybe there is. That tells you the exact direction you're looking and other information, right? But then you gotta like be careful on like pushing too far out of believable into like sci-fi. Like I don't want sci-fi HUD stuff, but like being creative and innovative when it comes to UI and information, instead of just a lazy, hey, here's your mag count in text on screen, you know? So Ground Branch and Ready or Not both do this thing where you hold R, take the mag out, you look at the mag, you put it back in, you know your mag count roughly. Love that shit. Instead of like lazy design where it's like, okay, we're just gonna display on the bottom right hand side of your screen how many mags you have. Kind of deal, you know? Seamless UI. Yeah, there you go. Seamless UI. Postscriptum or Hell Let Loose. Postscriptum if you want something hardcore but don't mind a small player base. Hell Let Loose if you just want to get like a tourist experience of milsim or like tactical shooters, and you don't mind like just mindlessly walking into gunfire and explosions over and over. Hell Let Loose is interesting in the fact that like it is almost very much so we can actually I'll just bring this gun out, so we'll just keep this in here. Oh, fuck, I took it out already. Hell Let Loose is really good in the fact that it's a game, but it also does really good as like an experience kind of product, right? When you play Hell Let Loose, you don't necessarily care about dropping a whole bunch of bodies. Like it's cool to drop a whole bunch of bodies. It's cool to shoot all these different guns and to kill people and to pull up and to up your score and stuff, but there's no big emphasis on it. But what Hell Let Loose does really well is it puts you in that environment. When you play Hell Let Loose, you feel like you're playing an it's almost like a movie. It's not necessarily a game, though it is. Like, it's hard to explain. It is a game, but it doesn't really have like cool innovative game features or like the gameplay of it as far as like a competitive sense or a game design sense. There's nothing innovative about it. It's basically team deathmatch, but you take some objective points, right? But the atmosphere that they've created, it's an atmospheric game, right? Hell Let Loose is an atmospheric game, where there might not be that much like thought or process or thinking that goes into actually playing it, but it is atmospheric as fuck. When you play Hell Let Loose, it's just like it's crazy. You feel like you're in a movie, and they do a really good job at that. But the problem is that like same thing with Squad. There's very little in terms of game design, actual like designing of the game, you know, from a player standpoint, as far as like how can we improve the player experience when it comes to how the game is actually played, not just experienced. And that's why I get bored of fuck it, we'll go like this, who cares? That's why I get tired of it. Dude, we're totally memeing this wipe. I love it. I'm gonna run a small ad, guys, just heads up before we load in. Oh, the gods have blessed us. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of insane. I'm having more fun talking to you guys and like ranting, and I hope you guys are enjoying it too, because I know the gameplay quality today is it's definitely not why you're watching, I'll tell you that much. But I hope you guys are enjoying these kind of discussions. This is definitely something that you can tell I've thought a lot about, I hope, and that I'm very interested in, and I have a lot of strong opinions on. So I don't know, maybe it's a new kind of content thing that we do on the channel, but it's nice to be able to rant these things and see that you guys are enjoying it to a certain extent. So yeah, I guess let me know if you like this style of content. Yeah, I mean, what's really cool is you see a lot of content creators starting to create games, right? Like for example, the big boy Dr. Disrespect, right, in Midnight Studios, Blue Drake 42 and his Drakeling Labs, I think someone said Big Fry was creating a game too. You know, I wonder if that'll become a trend, is like content creators creating games. Because I'm not saying that like just because you play a lot of games, you know how to make a game. Obviously, there's a lot more that goes behind game development as far as like the actual business side of things, or you know the creation of a team and leading a team and leadership and managing a team, and then the programming and the art and blah blah blah. There's a lot. But I do think like content creators have a finger on the pulse, right? It is our job to know what is going to be a good game, what is a good game, how to show off that game, how to make the gameplay interesting. And I think from this position, content creators learn a lot about what their communities want and what their viewers want. And you can generally get a vibe as a content creator when you see a game of like, this game's gonna pop off eventually, or like this game's got something unique and special to it, and like people will enjoy watching this, like that, because that is our job. It is our job to know what to stream and what to do. That it might give them, you know, content creators the unique position and insight or perspective into how to fix, improve, or make games. I don't know. Could be. It seems like a new trend. You know, seems like a new trend. Loved your Tarkov standard account playthrough as well. Taught me the game, and the grind with this game is crazy. It just burnt out. Did they lower the level for the flea market? I've talked about this plenty of times before. I hate the flea market. I wish it was never added, but it just fucked the gameplay loop drastically because people are just worried about get the flea market, make money, spend money. That's the gameplay loop of Tarkov. That is at its core the gameplay loop. Get the flea market, get money, spend money. Spend money, go. That's all people care about. At the core of it. That is what's driving Tarkov right now. That is the whole mechanism behind why players play the way they do, how they play. This is a new spawn. Where they go, what they're using in game. It is all economy based now, and I detest it. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. Yep. See if we can get Salewa. Before the addition of the flea market, players acted completely different, and the mentality and playstyle behind the game was substantially different. Oh yeah, there we go. But after adding it, the game kind of went fucking nuts. Well, it's new for me. It's new for me. Like this. Okay, we're getting the fuck out of here. This spawn is new for me because I haven't played in like 2-3 wipes. I don't know. Like that's how long ago I played. I played when this spot in Intel was pretty important. Is Intel just not that important anymore? You know? Like, the whole thing that I really enjoyed about Tarkov before is that your life mattered because you could not just buy whatever you wanted from the flea market. You either had to trade for it, like earn it. You had to earn it by like, and I guess the argument could be made that you still have to earn it. It's just the way of earning it is different or more accessible. But you either had to trade for it, or you had to find it or kill it off of someone, right? But now it's like I can take any item in the game, almost, right? They're starting to limit like what you can and cannot sell. Oh, there's someone up there. We're gonna go around. I do not have the range to like challenge someone on the second floor of that shit. I can't just liquidate whatever I find and turn it into whatever I want. Back then. Now you can, to some degree. They're limiting it slightly now, but that's the gameplay loop. Get stuff, liquidate, buy whatever you want, right? But before there was like everything had rarity, everything had meaning behind it, everything had significance to a certain extent. Now all people see when they find things is rubles. It's like, how much rubles is this worth? What can I get for this? Rubles. And it changed how the game was played. I hear someone running. Oh no, I'm not playing with ears, so. Definitely want to get the hell out. We're going through a very dangerous part. If I had my choice, we would go through the opposite side of the map, but we're already here. And going back through to cross to that side of the map and then hug that wall is going to be dangerous, I think, in my mind, than hugging this and trying to figure this out. But the best way for me to cross this map is on the left side, or the north, quote-unquote, north side of the map. In my opinion, not hugging dorms. You want to go through the center-ish, but still on that side. This, you were kind of forced to hug walls, and so you're naturally choke-pointed. The scav here is a good sign. It's a good sign, because it should tell me that there are no close players. The bad news is we couldn't one-tap him, and he shot, so we're gonna have to be fucking fast. This is a new backpack, at least for me. This should mean that no one's here. Salewa again? Question mark? Nope, someone's been here. Was gas open? Did I see smoke? I did see smoke. Cool. We'll loot the scav and get the fuck out. How big is this bag? Pretty big. Someone spawn in here now? No, he's up top. Okay, that's fine. It's my go-to just for fun non-milsim game. So like I said, like outside, like I'm a pretty cerebral like game player. So like I used to play a lot of TFT because like you're constantly like fucking mix matching, like your brain is constantly working there. I used to play a lot of RTS, like Stellaris. Used to play a ton of that shit. And so that's when I think of like, or like, yeah. Let me put it this way. When Stellaris adds a new DLC, most of the time, or a new content addition to the game, and granted it is paid, so the mentality is a little bit different here, right? But when a Stellaris update comes to the game, it is a massive feature rewrite, overhaul, or addition, you know? In my mind, that to me is the most meaningful kind of additional content you can provide for a game, paid or unpaid, right? But it's not like, hey, like they have done it in the past. We're like, hey, we're just gonna release like a fucking skin pack for your new aliens or whatever. But that's what excites me, and I think that's in my mind like a good model for additional content. Once you've of course met your minimum obligations of like, this is the game, we've got the factions that we said we get in, we've got the features that we said we get in, right? But that to me is like fucking dope. I love that because it essentially changes the game significantly to the extent where like, holy shit, I gotta relearn a lot of this, or this improves a lot, you know? And this is why I kind of see games in the future moving to this games as a service kind of model or subscription fee, as much as I know that scares a lot of you or it sounds bad. Like if I could pay, and I would do this personally, if I could pay a company or a studio 10, 20, 30 bucks a month for a game, for a milsim style game, to continually, like on a good engine, on a current or next gen engine like UE5 or Infusion level engine, with those kind of graphics and support, if I could pay $10, $30, $20, $30 a month Fork Studio to say, this is the engine we are using for the next 10 years, and we are going to constantly improve it, not just add factions and content, but also feature rewrites and improvements. Like I could be tempted to do that, you know? I could be tempted to go about participating in a model like that, because what upsets me, I think about like the yearly. So I think I'm talking out of my ass. I think before, the desire for games to come out on a basically yearly kind of or like maybe every 2 years kind of mentality was due in part, oh, there's a fucking key and a flash drive in here. Holy shit. Sheesh. Or did they just make flash drives more common? I remember having to fucking wait like until it's like level 20 to like find these things. Maybe they're simple and easy to get now. Who knows? But getting back to like game design, totally talking out my ass. I have no professional experience, right? But I feel like before, games were released on a, you know, on a much faster basis because engines would improve so much faster. But engine improvements and technological improvements have slowed down quite a bit, to the point where what I want to see is a game on an engine that is followed through and improved as much as it can be before moving on to the next project. Because I don't think we can see a huge visible difference between Call of Duty 2019 and the next Call of Duty, right? I don't necessarily know if the engine differences there are significant. Who knows? They might be, you know? But if you could take an engine of quality or a game of quality of Call of Duty 2019 and work on it, not just add new content, new guns, new skins and such, but add new features, new mechanics, and just continue along that route on a subscription based model, I'd be down for that. You know, I'd pay for that. I don't know, but that's just me. That's just me. Even $10 a month is a lot. See, this is gonna be like a personal preference thing, right? Or as far as like what you think is worth what. But in my mind, $10, I pay $10 to get a meal from McDonald's. I pay $10 to get a movie ticket, a 2 hour, 3 hour movie, right? And I'll tell you, I get a lot more hours of entertainment out of a $10 game than a $10 movie ticket, right? So if I have to give up going, and this is, like I said, we're getting into weird economic things and like what money is worth to each individual. But for me personally, I think for, you know, the majority of people, if you could play a game that gave you hours of entertainment every weekend after work every night for 10, 20 bucks a month, compared to going to seeing, you know, one movie a month or spending that 10 or 20 bucks somewhere else, like if you break it down like that, I think it makes sense. I don't know. I haven't thought that much through it, and I know there's probably a lot of other socioeconomic, you know, things attached to like what a game is worth and how much you should pay. But like, to me, logically, I'm thinking like, that sounds fine for me. I'm probably gonna get fucking like 40 hours a month out of this game for 10 bucks, you know? I don't know. That's just how I feel. But it is a lot, like compared to like games. We're gonna do customs again because that was actually pretty profitable. I don't know if that was just random luck. Not profitable, but that was decent. It is a lot when you think about games compared to games because like every game is kind of like 60, 50 bucks. Like, but I don't know, dude. They're starting to do battle pass shit, right? That's a constant theme in microtransactions or monetization within games that is becoming a thing. Like Apex, right? Or League of Legends or any of these other free massive games. See, I like League of Legends. I like how Apex is doing their development, right? You're not getting Apex 2, you're not getting League of Legends 2, right? But it's a constant improvement upon what they've created to either change the experience or improve upon it drastically, which I think is a much more efficient way of time, a much more efficient use of time than trying to rebuild a game, rebuild a game, rebuild a game, rebuild a game. And you never actually ever get to the point where you fix all the problems or like the majority of problems within a game because you plan on releasing a next model, you know, or a next platform. I don't know. You think of how, like, I feel like that monetization or payment model is coming back. There are a lot of subscription things to keep track of. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, ideally, it'd be great to just pay one and done. Like, from a consumer standpoint, I totally understand that. But, like, you have to understand that if you do go that model of, like, I'm paying once and I'm done, it's hard to justify studios to continue development on that product because they don't really make any more money after the initial sale. And that's why that model exists. I feel like it's kind of chicken and egg, right? Where if you have a $60 monetization model and it's one and done, you purchase and you're done, you're going to get games that hit a certain point and then the next one is released because that's how that money works, right? There's no real reason for them to change that that development model because the monetization model hasn't changed. I think if we want to see in the future a change among game development and the mentality behind what makes a good game and how long a game should be developed for, the monetization model needs to change to accommodate or to allow for that. To break it down, right, it would be saying like, I'm gonna pay $60 for Netflix, but you just get the set library of Netflix and maybe they bug fix the fucking web browser and shit, but there's no more real additional content coming out. That's the kind of mentality, right? Is how games previously were monetized. It's like, if you just do the $60, you're just getting this set of Netflix movies, period. Maybe we add a couple tiny small things and we fix the browser, we bug fix and shit, but you're not getting any more content. You know what I mean? So personally, I could see subscription-based models riding out in the future, especially if technological or, you know, engine improvements slow down to the point where it doesn't really make sense to make a game on a new engine that much anymore. Yeah, I'm going for Salewas and Scav kills. Like, being in the sound industry, whether it's composing a song or recording and mixing and mastering, the programs used are all subscription based. Even some websites for plugins are like that. Yeah, it sucks. It's annoying to keep track of. It can end up being expensive. The goal is just to make the expense worth it. And so that's where it's like, as a game developer, you just have to figure out the right number, I think. You can't seem too greedy, but, you know, I think that subscription-based models, if done correctly, are the future. Depending on technological advancements or engine improvements, right? If it turns out, hey, we're getting a new UE4, UE5, UE6, UE7, UE8, and every improvement is a massive improvement, and game studios need to make a new game on a new engine in order to showcase, you know, new capabilities, I think that's warranted. But fuck, dude, I can't tell the fucking graphical difference between this Call of Duty and the past, like, 4 Call of Duties. Can you? Battlefield 2042 looks like Battlefield 4-ish, in my opinion. We're hitting that wall of, you know, diminishing returns. What the fuck is going on? I think that's a cool thing too, right? With subscription-based systems. Let's look at fucking Battlefield, right? If we look at Battlefield, I think Battlefield has a subscription or battle pass as well, but fuck that. Take that out of the picture. For the sake of argument, we look at Battlefield 2042. They charge $60, full price game. Right? And they release it in the state it's in, and you drop that 60, 70 bucks, and you're like, fuck, that was not worth it, right? Alternatively, let me pitch you another model. Other model is Battlefield releases for $15 subscription for a month. So you're going to get Battlefield for a quarter of the price, pretty much. You only get to play for that month, but it's 15 bucks. You get that whole month on essentially a 25% cost to determine whether or not you want to continue playing this game and paying that subscription fee. And so long as you are under, so long as it's understood that if you continue paying the subscription fee, the team will continue development, right? And then you as a consumer have the ability to decide whether or not later down the road, if you want to continue paying for it, if it's worth it for you to continue paying for it. And yes, in the long run, it may end up being more money, but I think it powers game developers a little bit more, and it lets consumers make a more informed decision sooner, rather than 70 bucks. I play this game for 2, 3, 5 hours. And well, now this feels like a fucking ripoff. I don't know. Different ways to think about things. I haven't thought about it all the way through. I'm not going to die on that hill. I'm just like, my initial impressions upon like feeling out a subscription-based model. That's what comes into my head. I don't know. Xbox Game Pass? Yeah, that's a thing now, right? There's a spawn up ahead. I gotta be careful. What the fuck am I stuck on? Not for single player games. I should preface this. Not for single player games. Single player games, I think you're good with, simply charging like a one and done, because a single player game generally, once it's released, like DLC and single player one-time payments, I think are a fine model. I'm talking about like multiplayer shooters. Or Stellaris, you know, Stellaris can be a single player game, but the idea that you're going to continually add, it depends on the game. And that's just what I'll say. It depends on the game. Is there a scav spawn here or not? Was that a player? Dude, I can't remember my fucking keybinds these days. There are too many games, too many keybinds. You guys heard that, right? Where's the thing here? Yeah, Game Pass should work on Windows as well. Well, I mean, that's kind of already happening, right? People are seeing AAA studios are flopping, and the rise of indie studio games is increasing. It's because game development, while still difficult and a massive undertaking, is generally more accessible because of hardware available and software available to individuals. Yeah, Stellaris does a really good job. It's not prohibitive, right? So long as someone has bought the DLC, everyone in the lobby can play the DLC. That's a really cool model, too. There's a fucking stash here. Where is it? Is this what it's like to play EFT casually? And laid back in your chair, not caring if you die or not? I could get into this. Yeah. I used to play this game so locked in. Used to play it so locked in. Oh, I'll go this way. Microtransactions in Battle Pass are killing the grind in gaming. What do you mean by the grind in gaming? You like player grind? Like dev grind? What do you mean by grind? Player grind? Subscriptions are killing the player grind in gaming. I don't necessarily know what you mean by that. You mean by there's more grind, there's less grind, the grind means less? A lot of these subscription things, you have to grind a fuck ton to complete the battle pass. Damn, dude, did they buff loot? Or am I just getting lucky? Fuel cons used to be rare too, right? Well, see, that's another thing, is like, I don't necessarily agree with battle pass style, where like, hey, we're gonna make you pay for it, but you also have to earn it. It seems strange to me. I don't necessarily agree with battle pass subscription. I'm talking about like World of Warcraft's subscription, or you know, you have the content, you just have to pay additional, you know, to support the development of further products, right? I like, if WoW was like, all right, you're paying $15, but to unlock all these things, you have to. I mean, I guess, kind of, when you break it down and you look at it, that's kind of what the leveling is. But the leveling is fun, you know. It's not necessarily, or the gameplay is fun. It's not like, oh, I'm grinding out this fucking shit, and I paid for it. Oh yeah, brother. Oh no, I think the other reason why I'm upset, right, is because I look at the state of milsim gaming, or tactical shooter gaming, and I see how casual Squad ended up being. I see how casual Sandstorm ended up being. Maybe casual's the wrong word, but like, not as hardcore. I guess not being hardcore makes you casual. Maybe it doesn't. You guys let me know. But when I think about the game in the future that I will play, or the game that I'm looking forward to that I will enjoy, ain't fucking nothing, bro. Ready or not. Ready or not. But that isn't PvP, and that upsets me. And I'm fine with it not being PvP. I don't know if PvP in that game will be good. I feel like it'll turn into R6 Siege, where everyone's fucking AD strafing, lean spamming across corners. But when I think of like the scale shooter I want to play and the experience I want, it saddens me, dude. I feel sad thinking about it. Like, I don't have, there's no one's working on a game like that. At least nothing to show off. I hear like Escalation 83, that project got canceled, right? And then who else was working on something of this scale? You have the Cold War game after conflict. Oh, I forget the name, but that's slow. That's a slow burner. Ground Branch is cool, but doesn't hit the scale, and that's also a slow burner. How Let Loose is done, and they ended up in an extremely arcadey yet very atmospheric experience, but still not really like the vibe of what I want to play. Arma 3 has been around forever. I can't stand the frame drops or the graphics. It's fucking killing me. Armor Forger was a... Alright, I'm like getting nauseous here. Where the fuck is this thing? Am I in the wrong bush? What? It's in this bush? No, it's in this bush. Why can't I see this thing? Arma is a long ways away. There it is. It's just upsetting. It's fighting in cookbook. Ooh, tax board. It's just upsetting. You can just extract. Fucking bag is full, honestly. Sim racing? No, I mean like specifically like a realistic, immersive, hardcore infantry experience. And the answer to that question is Arma. But Arma 3, as fantastic of a platform and game it is. It's just dated at this point. Reforger is cool. The new tech and generation of things looks cool, but we are a whiles away from that. And even then, we're looking for a hardcore realistic infantry experience. The problem is that Arma's gunplay is notoriously clunky, and for good reason, right? They're not focused on the infantry experience explicitly. They have to focus on helicopters, vehicles, all the AI. You know, the scope of Arma is huge that they can't just perfect infantry gunplay like a game like Sandstorm can, because they're focused. But like, damn, dude. Damn. I think a lot of creators are feeling this way too. I was talking to Clean. I know Clean feels this way too about games. It's like nothing's gripping anymore. There's and the worst part is there's no. I mean, he's all about battle bit. I can't get into it. I love what they're doing, but art style for me. Yeah, it's just rough, dude. It's rough out here. As far as what the next game is, Blue Drake stuff, right? But same thing as Arma platform. Platforms are cool. But they're platforms, they're not games. I want something deep, not wide. I thought that bird was a fucking UAV. It looked like a fucking quad rotor drone, dude. Holy shit. I thought the devs of Ground Branch were going to update the AI. No, that's ready or not, and that just got pushed. Squad is a fantastic game until you hit 3,000 hours, which is a fair statement. So you'll get 3,000 hours for $60, in my opinion, or 2,000 hours maybe. 2,000 hours, $60. Hell yeah, dude. Pull the trigger. Yo, this shitty gun is actually doing quite well. Nice 20 round magazine, Keter B suppressed. Okay. What are we still doing? I still need a kill. I still need 3. Oh wait, they were brought down for 5. Was it supposed to be 5? Maybe not. Maybe I'm stupid. Okay, I need 133 shotguns as well. Okay, we'll go back to customs. Yeah, yeah, Death. The problem with Squad, Hell at Loose, and Postscriptum. Oh god. Here we go. The problem with these games, these large-scale public games at 40 or 50 players per team, is that you're looking for... When you hear about that and you see videos, you're thinking you have an idea of how this game will play. It's going to be an infantry simulator at the platoon scale, where there's going to be coordination between 50 players because all 50 players are on your team, and they're organized in squads, and obviously there must be some level of coordination and like realism or immersion to that aspect, right? But the problem is that Hell Let Loose, Postscriptum, and Squad, they don't. Maybe they do realize, maybe they don't. But the community, the player base is a huge part of those games. Huge part, right? Like Call of Duty Apex. The player base is obviously defined by the game there. Like, okay, I'll put it that way, yeah. In those style games, the player base is kind of built by the gameplay, or by how the game plays, right? But in Squad and Hell Let Loose and Postscriptum, the community or the player base determines how the game is played. And when you have 50 people, if you don't teach them or control them or organize them or guide them in any way, shape, or form, it just turns into fucking anarchy and chaos out there. And you saw that with the slow, gradual growth of all of these games. A Postscriptum, not so much. Postscriptum still has a decent amount of communication and teamwork because it never exploded. And so that community is pretty tight-knit. They police themselves and they teach themselves. There's a lot more coordination in Postscriptum than in other games. Not much more, but there is more. Problem is, in Squad and Hell It Loose is, these games are so community-focused, community-built, but there are no tools for them to actually help manage themselves, internal or external of the game. So what I mean by that is when you join a squad in Squad, you have no idea what the fuck the platoon is doing or the team is doing. Okay? Because every squad can do whatever the hell it wants. You can have one squad with a helicopter, a tank, and an APC, and another squad that's running commander, like the logistics squad, the mortars, and like it's just like it's chaos. It's just complete chaos. There are no tools or organization in the game present that help the team of 50 random fucking online individuals to coordinate themselves. Like, if you can just imagine, if I took 50 people online from a random location and I attempted to get them to all do something together with their attention spans, different personalities, backgrounds, and competence levels, with no tools, it's impossible. You have to give the community tools to organize that. And Postscriptum does the best job out of all these games, where you have infantry squads, armor squads, logistics squads. So even that minimal amount of control or guidance or organization goes leaps and bounds to helping the community or the team organize itself. These games need to have more support for the community and how the players play, but there is none. Hell Let Loose, you join a 6-man squad and fucking there you go, fucking let her rip, bro. Just fucking let her rip, dude. Doesn't matter. It's essentially, yeah, it's battlefield, like literal battlefield levels of teamwork, because there's no more organizational support past the level of battlefield. There's maybe a little more. I'll say, okay, there's a little more, but still, it's not great. It's not what it could be in my opinion. I think it could be better. I think it could be better. It's not even real life repercussions. It's not even real life repercussions. Hell Let Loose is worse for squad. Yeah, if I had to rank the games in order of organization and competency, it would be Hell Let Loose public gameplay, Squad public gameplay, Postscriptum public gameplay. That's kind of how I would sort it. As far as player base and like their willingness to work together, communicate, and actually do things together, that's like, of those 3 games, how you would rate it 100%. How the raid's going? We're ranting. We're not rating. Some people just want to shoot guns and run at the enemies. Yeah. Well, the thing is that this is the other part, right, of game design, where those games, the reason why people do that is because that's the depth of the gameplay and they're allowed to. You know what I mean? That is the depth of the gameplay. Chicken and the egg. Once again, chicken and the egg once again. If you create a game mode that is playable by players just running mindlessly at the objective, then you will get players mindlessly just running at the objective because it works and they can do it. If you create a game mode where you cannot do these things, then they won't, because they can't, or they'll have a bad time doing it. You know? But we've been focused on the same fucking... Go to the attack point, capture the attack point, go to the attack point, capture the attack point. Like, realistically, yes, you can try to force the player base to work more, right? To work together, to attack. Like, okay, I'm gonna suppress with my squad and you push up, right? But realistically, that doesn't need to happen. Ooh, is this still rare? I I don't know what this key does. Was this still rare? But realistically, in squad, I could mute my entire team in vanilla gameplay. In vanilla gameplay, I could mute my entire team, continually spawn off rallies and fobs that are being placed down by other players, and just play the game. You can totally do that in squad. It's totally a possible way to do well in squad. You can drop a ton of bodies by lone wolfing. You can go run at the enemy in whatever direction, because the gameplay and the game mode within this game is built that way. But if there was a possible, if you remove that from being a possible viable strategy, and got, of course, you know, we're going a little hardcore, right? Because if we turn it in this way, you know, it's gonna push casuals away, right? And in turn possibly profits. You got to be okay with that. You can prevent that kind of gameplay from happening. So if you want to see my attempt at trying to fix these problems that I'm mentioning right now, I was gonna say you could try my dynamic direction mod, but it hasn't been updated yet for V3. But yeah, once we get the mod updated for V3, you can play our mod and see how we try to fix a lot of the problems that we have, at least from a hardcore player's perspective, within these Splatoon style shooters. There's a lot of things that we did in that mod to try to disincentivize the stupid meme shit that we see. Complete boss, you're talking about Arma. That's literally Arma. If you do private community things, it's entirely possible, right? The question is there a way to do it on a public accessible game? But Arma Ops and milsim units like that have always existed, and you can always find the level of competency there. And I'm not saying you'll ever reach the same level of competency that an Arma 3 or private unit or community has, but there's gotta be a way. There has to be a way to improve the existing public platoon gameplay loop. There has to. I do not believe that AAS in Invasion is the only way to do it. I highly, very strongly disagree with that. And it disappoints me that there's a lack to try to change the gameplay within these games. There's a zero attempt to innovate upon the gameplay within these Splatoon shooters. Zero. Okay? These games add cool features like amphibious vehicles or amphibious vehicles, or like, I don't know, whatever the fuck, building, right? Cool. But the actual core gameplay, game mode, gameplay experience is fucking brain dead, dude. I will say it is brain dead. The game mode of me going from point A to point B, capturing it, and then moving again from point A to point B does not necessarily demonstrate the capacity to create a complex game mode. It just promotes the ability for me to go, oh, I'm gonna just fucking slam my body at this 200 meter box. Not even 200 meters, this 150 by 50 meter box repeatedly until we take it. Nice. It's an Emercom key. Was it? What's up? How are we doing today? We're doing all right. We're just chilling with the new wipe. We're definitely not doing like a raid series on this wipe. We're just gonna chill, rant, and have fun, getting some cool fights, stuff like that. Devs really need to try new objectives in game mode. See, here's the thing: Squad had a unique game mode that had already been play tested in Project Reality, right? Which is Insurgency, which is a dynamic game mode that encouraged teamwork of a different level, of a more intense level, maybe not to an extreme level, but to a greater level than AAS or Invasion. But it was never fully completed within Squad. They have the framework for it. They had it on the roadmap to fix it, but in a recent dev Q&A, they have no plans to actually follow through with that, at least not this year. So that's where we're at with that, and why I don't have faith in OWI to at least push out new, you know, game-changing game modes or, you know, experiences. They've restored my ability to understand that they're able to get content out and factions out, which is, it's better than not being able to do it, right? But I don't have confidence that they'll change how squad is played at all. Like, I don't think they will. So it ain't getting better from here. Might get different guns, different weapons, and a couple cool features like driving my vehicle into the river and then getting across the river. But as far as how the core game experience of squad plays, I do not think, and I cannot confidently say, that we will see anything innovative, at least this year. Boss, you're still talking about like community events and private unit stuff. I didn't even check intel, did I? See, I left Emercom key here? I took everything. You're trolling me. Walked all the way back here. It's in the body on the road. Oh god. Okay. Did I really not pick up a key on that body? You're trolling me, right? There's no way. Any airsoft events you're going to this year? I might go to Copperhead. We'll see. I got some other stuff planned though. I might not be here. If you look at the games that have really popped off over the years, it's like innovative game design, right? Battle Royale, Escape from Tarkov, one of the shooters that like really popped off despite how hardcore it is, because the gameplay loop was so different than anything else before, you know? Why can't people do that for a platoon shooter? Why are we reverting to AAS? Even Insurgency Sandstorm, guess what? We're going from one flag to the next. Over and over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over and over and over again. What do I feel about the new Tarkov game? This body? Oh, I thought this was a cap. This is a cap, you trolls! You fucking... God damn it, I knew I didn't miss a key. Am I okay? I'm fine. Just venting all my frustrations about this niche. Am I overweight? They changed something? Why am I not regenerating stamina? What's going on here? I'm like standing. Okay, now I'm regenerating stamina. Interesting. Weird. Because I was walking? No. Interesting. I don't know what the fuck that was going on. Let me put it this way. There's nothing wrong with these games that are on market. There really isn't. If you're new to the genre and you're new to these games, you will find hours upon hours upon hours upon hours of entertainment. You will. These are not bad games. But they could be so much more. And that frustrates me. Seeing the opportunity or the possibility with these games to be so much better by making a couple of changes or showing a couple little bits of initiative. I think that's what like murders me. That's what kills me. Is what these games could be. if they were pushed in the right direction. But I also have to understand that, like, I like a lot of people probably don't want what I want because I want a niche thing. So I have to come to terms with I'm probably never going to see someone else create what I want. So I got to figure that out. Because modding ain't doing it. Modding ain't doing it. We're getting close, but still can't get the level of control that we need to get what we want. So, yeah. Foxhole, but FPS would be dope. Trolls are here to bring some variation to my game loop, right? Well, let's just skedaddle on out of this raid. Ever thought of becoming a game dev? Not until this year. Because I just got fed up. I just started getting really fed up. Like, really fed up. Like, just very fed up. Fed up and coming to terms and realization of, like, well, what the hell am I going to play next? What are people like me going to play next? What is the next thing? As far as I know, there's no Squad 2 in the works. Arma 4 Arma released. Arma Reforger finally my brain. Arma finally released something, and it gives us an idea of the timeline that they're on, and so that's not going to be for a little bit. So just gotta. I think, like, I'm realizing, like, I don't know if there's anything on the horizon. I don't know. There just might not be anything on the horizon. And that worries me, it scares me, and it pushes me to, like, really think about these things and how I'm going to solve them. Because like, to some degree, my livelihood or my career, like being a YouTuber, being a milsim tactical FPS content creator, that can't happen if there's no milsim or tactical games to play. Right? So that's why I think I'm a little invested into thinking about these things a little bit more. And why these things kind of frustrate me a little bit more. Maybe not frustrate, but like concern. Why these things concern me more than perhaps your average player is because I like it is a concern for me on a greater level. Or it's something I have to think about, a consideration of sorts. Platoon-based games are not popular enough to have more diversity. Do you think it's because all of these platoon-sized games have the same exact gameplay loop and the same exact game mode? What if there was a platoon-style shooter that had a different gameplay loop? Would you still consider that to compete with these three games that have the same gameplay loop? I think your perception of what a platoon-style FPS is the problem. Is that you think that that is the only way to play it. But there's no fucking chance in hell that going from one flag to the next is the only gameplay loop for a game of that scale. I don't believe that. I don't believe it. What kind of gameplay loop am I thinking of? You can try playing our squad mod. That is like a rough idea of like the experience that I want. See, that's the cool thing is we've already kind of devved out or thought on how to do some of these things of like a dynamic play area that gives choice and power to the players to move through the map and the freedom rather than handcuffs of like, go here and this is what you have to do, and if you don't do it, you lose. And so that becomes the only way of playing it. So the way dynamic direction works is there's a big like circle that you play within, and it's kind of King of the Hill in the regards to like you have to stay in this circle and you want to be in this circle, but there are player put down objectives, player determined objectives that they place down in the zone that dynamically move throughout the circle. So instead of just mindlessly running, teams have to coordinate and communicate with each other to determine where they're going, why they're going there, how they're going to get there, and constantly think on the fly because all the objectives are placed by players, right? Like it's not full sandbox, but that's just one example how you just don't fucking play sit on the flag. Another example is Insurgency, right? The Insurgency game mode within squad. That's a different way you can do platoon shooting, but no one does it. And that has been tried and tested in PR and in squad to some degree. But I don't know. Oh God, don't. Okay, all right, you ready? You ready for a hot take? You ready for a hot take? This is how trash the squad meta is, and how gameplay dictates how the player base operates, and why vanilla gameplay can feel so bad. The reason why is because in squad, if you have AAS, you're going linearly across the map. So let's just say, for the sake of argument and simplicity, going from the top of the map to the bottom of the map, okay? And along this route, there are single cap points, right? It's a daisy chain of cap points, right? The meta in squad is to actually avoid engagements and playing the game and shooting at people. If the good players could have it, that is how every match would go. And let me explain this, okay? You have flags 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way down top to bottom, okay? And you end up at the center flag fighting over the center flag, okay? And you have that initial fight. The problem in matches like RAAS, where you don't know where that center flag is, what ends up happening is like if a team is randomly on that objective and they cap it first, then they have the opportunity to snowball. Alternatively, in AAS, if you know this route, it becomes just a giant meat grind, brainless fucking let's all run at this one point together thing, right? But once that center kind of skirmish or fight is figured out, what ends up happening is the meta in squad is to move from this point to this point before the other team gets there. So I'm setting up pre-positioned habs on the next point before we've completed this point, so that as soon as, and this is true for Postscriptum and it's true for Hella Loose because they all have the same game mode, if once this point is captured, everything here is now irrelevant. All these players want to give up or die to immediately spawn on the new point at the new objective before the other team, to capture it before the other team gets there, so they don't have to fight over it and can move on to the next objective. That's the mentality of squad players right now, right? Or like of people who understand the meta. You don't want to fight, because if you fight, you get slowed down, you can't get points, you don't win, right? So if like the pro players of squad can have it every match that they could have it, they would ideally put up a fob at every single flag and just go next flag, go next flag, go next flag, without fighting anything to cap the flags and the game, because that's the meta. That's how you win in squad. Think about that. The meta in squad is to avoid fighting to capture the fucking one flag that the game tells you to capture and to move on to the next one. It's tragic. It is tragic. And that's why when you get steamrolled in squad, it feels like that, because that is the meta that is the meta that is encouraged. There's no game design there. Like it's tell me that isn't wild. Tell me that isn't so counterintuitive. That the game mode in your platoon style military simulation-esque, not really, but your platoon style military style FPS that is supposed to like be immersive and encourage team fighting and tactics and coordination, when you boil down to the most optimal strategy that is possible within the game, is to capture flags by putting fobs daisy chain from one to the next to capture them without fighting. Tell me, I want you to sit there and tell me that isn't a problem. Tell me that isn't a problem. That's what I'm saying when like there's no innovation in what comes to gameplay design. There have been no changes to AAS in the years, aside from making it random. Cool. The flag order is now different in different parts of the map. The gameplay is the same. Tell me that doesn't... Like, RAS kind of fixes this problem to a limited extent, but the idea of, like, I need to get to this cap point first before they do, so I can capture it before we get into a fight. Like, that meta still exists, because that's how the game mode works. It's just... You can't tell me that that's not a problem or a reason to... But the thing is, like... So I'll slow down. I'm getting heated, right? Let's slow down. You only notice this if you're an experienced player. But that still is counterintuitive, right? It should be more of the fact... The way that the skill cap works in squad is backwards. when you start playing and you don't understand the game mode, you feel like you have more strategies. And maybe this is true for a lot of games in general, but not. It's not how I would imagine a milsim game like wanting to work. Where the skill cap in squad is when you don't know what's going on, when you're new to the game and it is overwhelming and it is atmospheric. You have all the gun sounds, you have all these tanks flying over. Holy shit, there's a Blackhawk, right? Like, and you're not really worried about the game mode, right? But as you get more experience with squad, as you play more squad and you start to realize how the game functions, you realize that the meta and the options you have shrink and they shrink and they shrink and they shrink and they shrink because of how linearly or how binary, I guess, that game mode kind of works. Whereas in my mind, when I think military platoon style shooter, the game mode needs to be in a way kind of like how we have dynamic direction set up. And who knows, I could be totally talking out my ass and maybe it's just at this point, right? With the way that basically what I'm boiling it down to is the more you play, the more options you should have, because the more information you have and the more know-how you have to do things, right? But in squad, it gets narrower. At least in my opinion, it gets narrower. The options, the amount of options that you have, they shrink. They don't grow, they shrink. It goes the opposite direction. You aren't rewarded for being a more experienced player and unlocking more possible ways of doing things because you're becoming more experienced. You actually have less because you realize how shit the other ones are. Like, substantially shit. Like, there's no, like, second kind of contested meta way of doing things. There is one. There is one way of doing things. Once you get to that experience section of playing squad, there is one good way to do that. There's one strategy. There's no divergent or dynamic strategies within squad. At least within AAS and Invasion. And in RAS, I will say, not knowing where the next fight goes, it does help. Like, that is, it is an improvement. It is a very small, near insignificant improvement in my mind after, you know, the 3,000 hours that I'm playing. But it is an improvement. I'm not going to say that it's not an improvement. But the fucking game mode needs to change, dude. Come on, dude. Fucking. But like I said, you only see these things if you dedicate the time into it, and you put the time into it, and you start realizing how the game plays. But that sounds counterintuitive as well, right? That sounds counterintuitive as well. This kind of goes back to, like, if you look at Stellaris game design, right? I want a game where the more I learn about this game and the more I play this game, the more strategies I have and the more things I understand and are now available to me. Similar to games like Stellaris, or let me try to think of like other big brain games, or like Nebulous Fleet Command, which is an awesome game I highly recommend you check out if you have not checked that out. That's a space command, a ship game, or EVE Online, or, you know, World of Warcraft, or any of these games where, like, the more you know about the game, the more skills you know about the game, the more you understand the mechanics, and the more you research and learn, your options open up. Like in Stellaris, when you start playing, you only know how to play one way because the game is, there's so much depth to it. There's complexity to it that when you play, there's so much you can do. Or there's so much that you can do, but it's so overwhelming that you just focus on one. But as you play more and more Stellaris, you just say, okay, I'm going to play this. I'm going to try playing it this way. I'm going to try playing it this way. And it's not like, well, I can't do this because there's only one meta. You know, there's only one. Even if it's three, there's still other ways you can play the game, right? But in squad or platoon style shooters, you just can't. There's just no fucking way. It's just upsetting, dude. It's just upsetting. Tarkov does a better job at it. There's a little more replayability in Tarkov. Ish. Kind of. Well, the problem in Tarkov is everything eventually boils down to flea market, which is why I said I hate it. If you remove the flea market, I think there'd be more a varied way of playing. And Tarkov isn't that bad. But I hate that. I hate being pigeonholed. It's fucking atrocious. Hey Ronnie, thanks for tuning in, dude. I think I just saw your DM, so I haven't opened it yet. But thanks for the 10, dude. Appreciate it. I'm like not even really paying attention to gameplay today. I've given up on trying to try hard this game. I can't get into it as much. We're just fucking ranting and having some fun. Or checking our phone while we're in the open on a body.
Ах ты ебагло! Нехороший вы, блядь, человек.
I got a very strange text that didn't make any sense at all. I got like a completely nonsensical text from someone that I knew. Where was the scav? We're gonna rat this guy or try to. Yeah, Ronnie, like that'd be dope. Took Tarkov's, a lot of Tarkov systems, or like, we're inspired by him. And
Oh, the gods.
God damn it, Nate! Trying to listen. Thanks for the fiber. Hang on. Do doors have destruction now? Can I shoot through this crack, chat? How does this crack function? Am I gonna get debated by thinking I can shoot through this? Is that a yes, sir, I can shoot through this, or what? Fuck it, we'll try it. I don't give a shit. We're having fun this wipe. He's in the room on the right. I think. Oh, he's on the left. He's in the bathroom. Why is he throwing nades? There's two. You just gonna sit up here forever? I can't open this door because he'll hear me. I don't have the armor to like chat him down either. Especially if he's got something bigger. I need to rat him. That's the only way. He's gotta come out. I wonder if he heard me walking in. My overlay is not. Ah, fucking, I don't care anymore. Fuck the overlay. Oh. Did I see a pixel move? Hmm. Unless he quiet crouch walk down the metal, he's still up here. Or they changed like audio. I should hear him go down the other stairs unless he like quiet crouch walks down, which is suicidal. Or they shorten the audio range. I should be able to hear him, right? This is getting boring. And real boring. Kicking nade. Guess what, buddy? You didn't bring nades. Tarkov is so intense. Yo, he's still up here. Oh, he's in the right room now. Will my gun do full damage through this wall, or no? Is it gonna act like pen and fucking nerf my bullet damage? He's right there, I could shoot him. He's blocking the sun. Pen, okay. God, I wish I brought nades, dude. Make this shit so much easier. Fucking send it. Fuck it, we're sending it. I don't have anything on me, we're going. He was just camping me. I guess he heard me. He knew where he was. Oh, you hear me open the door too. Fuck it, dude. We're on a fun wipe. Oh well, whatever. What were we talking about? Nate, cheers, man. First video I ever saw of yours was your Tarkov playthrough. Binged every single one. Keep it up. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. That was a meme. That was a good meme, though. That was a good meme. Of course, ideally, if you're trying to learn and not die, you never take that fight. You just wait him out. But fuck it, we were bored and we're just having fun this wipe. What are we doing? We can do this shitty fucking Vepper that I got. Where are the Vepper mags? Here. Good old FMJ. Fuck it. Nades would be extremely good. Yeah. We're just playing for fun. Just playing for fun. What was I gonna do? Food, water. Okay, let's do our scav. Yeah, there's been a wipey wipe today. They do, Drew. The thing is that it's It's not a lot of tickets. It's 10 tickets. No one cares if they lose a fob in squad. Yeah, I have a lot of ideas. Let's see what happens. So worth upgrading to Edge of Darkness if you play a lot first. Play a lot first. Where did I find that face mask? It came on my scav. I'm gonna run an ad, by the way, while we're waiting. Do I think Ready or Not could be converted to console? Yeah. Are there any console games with contextual cues like how Ready or Not does them? Where like you look at it and then you hold the button and then it activates? Does anyone know? Server crash issues can be resolved in the A3 mod. It's been weird. A3 has been a weird project because we can't tell which mod, if there is a mod causing a problem, if it's the map or if it's the code, because the logs are not really telling us everything. So the plan is we're just gonna finish out this map. We might fast forward through this A3 map, and then if we roll to we're gonna roll back to Takistan for the next map. Kind of leaking here. I don't think the admin team has actually discussed what map exactly we're going to, but we're gonna go back to a map that we played before that we know runs fine, so we can rule out the map being an issue, and maybe it's the code or a mod. But after this map, we're going to Takistan, which we've done already and has worked all the way to completion. So that's the plan for that. But A3 Lib is still chugging, still going on. I think, any thoughts on Tarkov's upcoming mode? I mean, it's cool. It's a separate game. Why not? It's another thing on the market. It's not what I want to see, but like, it's cool. Like, I have nothing against it. I'm fine with it. If it was in the main game, I'd have problems, but I don't. It's its own thing, so yeah, whatever. No, I'm just a milsim, dude. Yeah, so talking about going back to that first question, Ready or Not on console. I think that would be the hardest thing to do, is getting it so that the controls work fine on console, but I don't think that's too big of a stretch. Like when I think about Ready or Not, the scope of it is primarily it's a pretty small project in terms of like the scale of it. It's just super hyper focused on like CQB SWAT style gameplay. But there's nothing I think prohibitive about it that would make it impossible to port to console. Or like if I think Squad or I think like even Arma 3, but I mean Arma found a way to get Arma on console. But like if I think like Squad, like the scale of it, 50 versus 50 players, I don't know if consoles are able to function with all of that pressure on it. So we'll see. But it would be cool. I think it's possible. I think if they wanted to, they could. That's my answer. I don't know if it will, but I think if they really wanted to, they could. They didn't fix load timers? Yeah. It's scav life stuff. Does it always take so long to load? Only when you play scav. We have Hell at Loose. I mean, you guys got Hell at Loose. You guys got Sandstorm. You guys got Armor Forger. So things are looking good. Fuck my life. Things are looking good for you. You're in a better spot. Well, I'm sorry, chat, but I guess... I don't know. Just look at my face and listen to me talk for this raid, I guess. I'll get out of this fast. I'm just gonna hit caches and leave. No, Armor of Forger's on console. DayZ's also on console. Oh, that's right. What was I gonna say? PlayStation doesn't have a Forger yet, right? Yeah. Don't worry. I can't see anything, just like you guys, because I've got this bright-ass studio light in my face, too, so... We'll be blind together, chat. Oh, good thing I'm wearing a hat, actually. This helps slightly. Where the fuck is this cache? Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm gonna get a headache. Ah! Found it! Bro, I can't see shit, dude. I don't think you'll ever see Squad on console. It doesn't seem like they care that much, if I'm being completely frank. At this point in time. I'm not entirely convinced that they'll ever decide to put Squad on console. I don't think they have it in them to, like, want to do that. I don't think that's, like, a priority for them. I actually don't really know what the priorities of Squad are right now. You know? I don't know. I know content's one, getting content back on track. That'd be cool. Seeing more factions is definitely not a bad thing. It is not a bad thing. People actually play in the dark? Only if they don't read what time they're playing by accident. Or absolutely kitted with nods. Or are extremely scared. Yeah, like, I really don't know. That's kind of a good question of, like, when people ask, well, what is the squad team working on? What's the squad team focused on? I can't actually give you an answer to that question. I think content. I think more factions. I think definitely the answer I can give you is fulfilling their previous quote-unquote obligations, right? Or their promises. And so right now, I think they're focused above everything else is getting the Pan-Asia faction out. The Marines are finally out. And then also getting... What else did they say they wanted to do? It was mainly Marines and mainly the Chinese faction, or the Chinese faction. I don't actually know if there were any other promises that were made on the roadmap. Someone would have to remind me if there were, but those were the big ones. I don't know, like, what their plan is after that, but I think their plan right now is to just finish out what they've said they would do. How's it possible to see in the darkness? You don't. I'm literally using map knowledge to get where I need to go. If you had night vision, you could use that. But yeah, no, trust me, dude, I don't see anything. Yeah, those ready or not strobes are like so bright, dude. Did I pass the stash here? No. Yeah, so you bought the game a couple months ago and you're saying you just saw 2 new factions. Those 2 factions were planned 2 years ago. So imagine now the next content you'll see, if they announce it, is 2 years from now. Or 2 years from when they release it. That's where a lot of the existing veteran squad player base had their minds at. And that's why like these 2 releases are important, because it shows that, you know, perhaps maybe they are back on schedule with the Australians and the Marines. But that's how a lot of the veteran squad player base saw it. Is like, imagine they're saying they're going to release a faction and you don't see it for 2 years. Your faith would be shaken. But your faith is you have a different perception because you just bought the game and now you see these 2 factions. But you don't know how long it took to get those 2 factions out. Perception is reality. Woo! Alright, let me get off this map. Are you sick? Yeah. Oh, I don't even know where I'm... Go roadblock. Roadblock is right by the river, right? Near construction. There's a 45 mil. Or 45 ACP. I mean, squad's track record isn't the best for maps either, right? Like what we get like recently, if you looked at it, we get 1 map every 6 months every year. It's a little rough. Little rough. Better than nothing, but... You gotta give them credit. They didn't just abandon the project. They ran into problems. They got shit out eventually. It might have taken them an extra fucking year or 2. But they did end up doing it. Oh shit, I hit fucking Windows key. Probably just flashbanged all of chat. Someone be fighting. Still need scav kills. I'm on my scav though. Can AI scavs actually see in the dark? I don't know. I honestly don't play enough Dark Knight Tarkov to Oh boy. Ah, someone's looted it. Yeah, I got my own unknown key already. Well, sorry about that night raid. So are you always open? No, I was playing my scav. Yeah, I know. Left control to click to grab. I just my hand's not on the keyboard. I'm just chilling here. Let's do customs again. No, let's do interchange. Don't forget to invest in yourself. Oh, don't worry, brother. No armor? Nah, fuck it, dude. We're going in raw. Did I bring a backpack? I don't think I did, huh? Oh, no, I did. You are getting tired? I am. I am. I've been pretty much talking nonstop for 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm also getting hungry. Hungry? Yes. Holy shit, I thought we were about to load in. Has the wipe already happened? It has. What's up, Cameron? I'm doing good, dude. With the right ammo, Nate. I'm gonna run an ad while we continually wait in the loading screen, guys. Hey, we're in. What are my opinions on Ground Branch? It is a fantastic game, but it doesn't feel like a game. It is a fantastic showcase. That's what it feels like. Ground Branch feels like a fantastical game showcase experience that you can like play and you can appreciate all these different little features that it has, but the features don't come together to make a good playable, repeatable, replayable experience. So you play it like twice and you're like, holy shit, that was great. Maybe you can play it a little bit more. And then you're like, okay, well, that's Ground Branch. Unless you get into PvP events, which take a lot of work and a lot of admin work and a lot of rules. In my opinion, that's what Ground Branch is. They wouldn't know how big the original I'm dead. Yeah, there's no way I run, and there's no way I med there because he just shoves me. What's he doing sitting between the barrel? He's shooting BP already. Jesus Christ. Yeah. See, I hate that. I hate how you can just run into someone a minute from spawning in. Because he's sitting in a corner. And I know, like, the mentality is like, oh, you know, you should know these spawns and that he spawns there. But that's like, I guess, but that doesn't make me feel better about that. Like, even if I know this guy's there and I know how to, like, fight that, it's still like, why am I doing this in a realistic game that takes me just as long to kit up? How is getting into a fight this fast like normal? Like, why is this okay? I should have known that there's a spawn, and I know that he's there, but I didn't think he'd be sitting in between the wall and the Connex box. I did not think that far. Just outplayed. Skill issue, dude. I just got outplayed. We need a med up before we head out. Wait, can you fucking do this? How do we heal before going out again? It's just that, or I can do it from here, right? Right, it wasn't there a way you could... Dude, look at how long it's been. Yeah, you can't use the medical therapist outside, right? It's fine. I don't care enough this wipe. The man's chatted using BP already, seeing between the wall and the Connex box off spawn. I mean, it is a valuable strategy. Which ground branch could improve the AI significantly? That's like that's half of the problem, right? Half the problem is the AI is pretty fucking brain dead in ground branch, and when your whole playable experience is ground branch, it is player versus AI, right? That's the core of it. You can do PvP, but the playable experience in ground branch is player versus AI, and the AI is not improved, then you kind of have a problem, which is unfortunate. Ready or Not does a better job of having a playable experience with the CQB emphasis. They don't necessarily go as deep as Ground Branch does into the simulation of things, the customization of the weapons, etc. But they do a better job of having a base core playable experience more so than Ground Branch. Yeah, isn't Ground Branch gonna use the same AI stuff that Star Citizen or something? What was the AI system called that they picked up? Does the game feel smoother or run better? I don't think so. I don't think they did any optimization at Tarkov for this wipe. No airsofting. I've been getting tatted. I've got like a huge piece on my body, like that goes down my back. This takes like 5 sessions. So we're halfway through that. So I have not been airsofting because I'll get the tattoo. I'll wait 2 weeks and I'll go back in for another session. And I shouldn't really be sweating and I shouldn't really be getting it fucking scarred up. Kythera. There you go. Kythera. Oh. That being said, I finally got the Iron Horse video edited and that'll go up maybe tomorrow. It is getting quite hot out there too, so not missing it too much right now. Sound improvement in Ground Branch is good. GPMVGs are cool, right? The problem once again is if the AI is not improved and the playable experience is not improved, you're still gonna have that problem. You'll hop in, you'll play Ground Branch for 4 or 5 rounds, done. You know, that's the problem. Same thing with Squad and content in Squad and not fixing the gameplay of it. There's a lot more to Squad though, and where like before you hit that point. But same thing, Marines will pop out. You'll play Marines, cool. There's the Marines. Game still has the same problems. It's like, and these things need to be addressed, meaningfully addressed. And it's different, right? Like, I get it. The art team is different from the programming team, different from the design team, right? But it's been a while since we've seen improvements in either game on either fronts. I'm hoping they're working on some big, huge release that fixes things. One of the problems in Squad is that the gameplay is the same. The gameplay's been the same for years now, for like maybe 2 years now. And the problem with Squad meta is that it boils down to one viable strategy every map. And so if there's only one viable strategy every map, you know how every map is going to end and is going to play out. So why am I even playing this game? If I can already tell how this game's gonna play or what's gonna happen, it's like, that's not why I play games. I started playing Squad because I thought and it felt like a sandbox of sorts until you realize it isn't. Any games I'm looking for in development that I'm interested in? Nebulous Fleet Command. It's a really niche space game. But Nebulous is a game that I really enjoy. Just needs a little bit more in dev. Ready or Not is doing a great job. Ready or Not doing a fantastic job update to update, like putting meaningful game changes in rather than, hey, look at this new map. Hey, look at this new gun. It's like, hey, we're reworking AI. I tried Star Citizen. It's alright. It'll be cool when it's finished. When it's finished. Ron AI is pretty damn good. It's not perfect, obviously, but it's pretty damn good. That update just got pushed today, by the way, guys. If you're waiting for it. See, I'm not a flight sim guy though. I can't get into DCS. I'm very much specifically enamored and attracted to infantry simulation. Very specifically. Infantry simulation. Don't really care about planes. Helicopters are kind of cool. Fixed wing I have no interest in. Rotary's cool though. Tanks are fun. Tanks are definitely fun. Like more so on the fun side of things. Like you've seen me play a whole bunch of Postscriptum. That was amazing. That era of the channel was a lot of fun. Postscriptum tanks was great. But you see me do that in Squad. It's almost as good, but like the fact that you can't turn out is kind of fucking always hit tilde. The fact that you can't turn out is kind of a bummer, as well as it just gets old kind of. The fact that you turn out is a big part because like just looking down the sights of the thing repeatedly for a long time, it just gets a little, not boring, but I don't know. I don't necessarily want to stare down the toilet paper roll for more than like one match at a time. Whereas Postscriptum, you could turn out, get a better. It was pretty immersive in the fact or the feeling that like if you turned out in Postscriptum, it really did feel like you're getting a breath of fresh air. You can see more. It was just the added level of tank gameplay that helped rather than just, oh, well, you look through this site that has like a fucking 20-degree FOV and that's all you got, buddy. Aside from not being able to turn out, I do enjoy squad tank combat when it's done properly. That's a whole nother thing. I have whole thoughts about how Squad does their vehicle system. I don't know if you guys want to hear me get into that shit, but could rant a lot about Squad. Could rant a lot. I rant because I'm passionate about it. You know, I want to see these things fixed. I want to see the game get better. But it feels like to me that Squad has given up on trying to make the game better. I say that because they make zero, like, balancing or gameplay changes. They're just showcasing cool things that they make now. There's a player in the glass factory. Looking over there. I wonder where this guy is. We're just gonna extract because we have the quest item. Jesus, what's that? Hey Ben, appreciate it. Tarkov looks amazing. I dig this art style. I really do.
Земляк, мы стрелять не хотим, мы так наблюдаем.
I'm about to fucking rip the fucking Windows key off of my keyboard. I don't know how the cheating is in Tarkov anymore. And to be fair, like I never really used to run into him when I played a lot. Or at least I never noticed. I forgot I need 133s. I should check that guy's shotgun a while. Go back. Oh, yeah, someone's been here. We'll check Salewa truck too. Oh, this is an AK. Oh, it's a Taz. Hello? Why am I bouncing? How long do the bodies stay? Until the raid ends. So the entire raid. They don't despawn. Caligari, maybe. It could be that players are wanting more and more, and I'm happy to see that go in that direction. Someone just needs to fill that demand. I don't actually know if it's a demand. I don't know, guys. But I can't help but thinking that everything has been a gateway, and all the gateway stuff has been very popular, right? Squad, Hell, at least Postscriptum to a certain degree, right? Insurgency, Sandstorm. The world is now more aware of these tactical, more quote-unquote realistic shooters than ever before. Would you agree? So would the logic then follow that perhaps after exposure to these base tactical, Escape from Tarkov included, totally forgot that, but after this extreme popularity of all of these games combined that are much more quote-unquote tactical, quote-unquote realistic than your average Call of Duty, do you think the demand, and I must believe to some degree that this is true, that the demand for hardcore milsim style games, fuck, is God about to beam me up? What the fuck was that? Do you think that do you think that the demand for milsim style shooters has also in turn increased dramatically because people have now gotten on this gateway drug that are these tactical shooters? Or do you think that it is still as niche as it is before? I also think that over the past couple of years, both real steel influencers have popped off, as well as airsoft influencers, and there's been a large interaction between both, as well as milsim. I feel like the whole genre or interest in this whole kind of scene has grown, and maybe the interest isn't as niche as it was before. But I guess no one will really know until they execute something, you know, to great success. But when you think milsim, actual milsim, the only games that come to mind are Arma, are there other, what would you guys define as milsim shooters, right? I know I probably use the term a little bit too loosely than others would, but when you think milsim, is it literally just Arma? Is Arma the only game that comes to mind when you think milsim? But when you think milsim, has the term become more broadly adopted and is now used to describe games like Hell Let Loose, Squad, maybe not Tarkov, but Hell Let Loose and Squad. I still got it, baby. Oh, he's got armor. My boy's got armor and an AK. Give me that shit. How do we fit this is gonna be the question. Nope, not the scav vest. Fuck. You guys think squad counts as a milsim? Interesting. Wow, fucking jam. Are you serious? Wow. Well, do we bleed out here? We are definitely going to be severely fucked. The weapon just die on me? But we are completely fucked up. I don't think I've ever had that happen. I think the weapon is completely fucked. I didn't add Tarkov in that list. Ever use a scav gun, bruh? We're here for the memes. My keybinds are all fucking custom, so this is gonna be fun. What I set as my unjam fucking button. There's the gun just all completely down. What is my button to unjam the rifle? Is it J? No, is it H? No, is it not G? Is it V? Is it B? What is it? No, man. What did I click? It's a failure to eject. Okay, alright, cool. Alright, we're gonna have to fucking go into our key bindings because I know I changed this shit. My stomach isn't blacked, is it? Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. Don't mind me going through having to look at my controls. It's B. It is B. Oh. What? Did I change this? What's going on here? What's going on here? What's going on here? Check faint chamber / fix malfunction. What am I doing here? What's going on? What's going on? How do I do this again? Shift T, Shift L, Shift I, Shift B, Shift B, Shift I, Shift L, Shift T. What the fuck is the default? Examine, right? Examine. Emergency weapon reload. Prepare. Switch. RLF control X. Check fire mode. Unload the chamber. Unload the chamber. Shift B. Fuck it. Shift B. No. That doesn't fix my chamber. The fuck is the button we're looking for, boys? B, I am clicking B. Here, ready? Here's the B button. That's the B button being clicked right now. I hate weapon jams. So here's my thoughts on weapon jams. You ready? My thoughts on weapon jams are that if you're going to add a random chance for your weapon to be jammed, you know what is more common and also more realistic is a chance to fucking fall on your face when you're in a combat zone. So if you want to go for max realism, you add in tripping if you're going to add in jamming, because that is more common, more impactful, and more realistic than this fucking shit right here. Hold B once the animation is done, release B. Interesting how that was working. Okay. But guns do jam and people do trip. But people trip more than malfunctions happens in fucking when you're doing this kind of shit. I don't know. Inspectors hit the B press and B release, but I was thinking if I hit B to release, if I'm hitting B at any point in time, the key's being released. It's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. There's a chance this guy just comes around the corner and gats me the fuck down because we're being loud as fuck. We should not be here anymore. Oh no, I'm just salty today. I'm just extra salty. I'm already in a salty mood, so like... or a ranty mood. Start that quad rant already? What quad rant? Hi, Fleet. I've not. I don't think so. Squad rant? Oh, dude, we already did the squad rant. The squad rant has been completed already. I don't know, I don't particularly think gun jams are a fun mechanic. I guess, what is the intent? I guess to maintain your weapons. I guess on that scale of things, it's fine. I get it. Like, I get it. I get why it's a feature. I just don't think it's fun. I understand the thought process, though. I understand the thought process and reasoning. Dude, I should have done a face cam when I did the raid series. I don't know if I did. But like, I used to be sitting up and like my face would be 2 inches off the screen. This is how we're playing Tarkov from now on, okay? Maximum recline. What?
Вот он!
Hmm. 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 That's cool. I started stream so far up in my chair. Here we. I'm Tyler 1. We're doing Tyler 1. This is, I can see why he does this. It's quite a relaxing way to play, honestly. Alright, from now on, this is how you guys are gonna see me stream. This is the new meta. Interesting. I can't walk up those stairs. Dude, I actually feel like this is kind of OP. I can see everything. I've never looked at my screen from this perspective, but I can see like the edges of my screen, you know, cuz I have so much. I can see everything that's happening on my screen. Damn, is this how video games are supposed to be played? I can actually see everything from the left and right of my screen without moving too much. Holy shit. It's a whole new world. That's a lot of scavs, actually. Jesus. Dude, this is an FOV hack. You know what game I need to play like this? Which I haven't, is Chivalry. Because in Chivalry first person, you're like, I can't see what the fuck is happening on my screens. I'm being swung at from the left and right. Dude, I could probably see everything now. Get those perfect parries off from my peripheral vision. This is the meta, boys. I can't even repair this because it's a scav gun. Bum 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 bum. Okay, let's go buy some absolutely trash, god-awful ammo. Some actually, like, pure doo-doo ammo. Oh, look, we can get another doo-doo gun. Yeah, chivalry third person is the OP way to play, but like it just feels cheesy. I hate using third person in any game. I just don't like it. Alright, running another ad while we're loading. Get paid more if we watch the whole ad? I don't even know. But we're not doing anything while we're sitting here waiting for the screen, so you ain't missing anything. Tarkov does have some good beats. That's what I will say. Tarkov has some dank ass fucking beats. Bro, is it just me? But like, maybe it's just because I'm in so many and I've just given up. But what do you guys think of people who like leave Discord groups? Huh? Like, I personally, I've never been asked enough. Maybe it's just because I've given up and it's hopeless to try to control at this point. But who goes through the trouble of like dead Discord groups? You know, Discord groups that aren't being messaged, like, and haven't been messaged in like fucking a year or 6 months or whatever, and you know how they just float to the bottom of the list, and then one day I'll just get like a whole spam of people just leaving Discord groups that were dead to begin with. It's just like, does anyone here do that? I've just given up on trying to like manage that like conversation list thing. Bro, it's kind of gross. I've been scrolling since I started talking about it, and I can see all these groups and all these chat messages. That do be a lot of groups and a lot of... Maybe it's just a me thing. But like, it's so funny. Like, one day I'll get like some dude that I used to always be in a group with, and he'll just leave like all the groups that we ever created. And I just get spammed. I'm like, is that a thing people do? I guess it is. You've been in a lot of groups. I feel like leaving a Discord group, although it isn't not intended, is like one of the most passive aggressive actions you can take as a human being. I feel like I know it isn't, but it just feels like the most passive aggressive fucking thing when someone leaves your Discord group. But like, I totally can understand they're doing it to clean shit up. Like, I totally get that. You know, I totally get that. But it just feels like the most passive aggressive thing. I know it's not intended to be. I 100% already know, but I can't help but every time I see someone leave a Discord group go like, this motherfucker. Because you know it ping. I think that's the part about it, is that it pings you when someone's left. You know what I mean? It doesn't just type it in the group chat. Like Discord will like boom tell you like, hey dude, this guy, he doesn't give a fuck about you. He's not in here anymore. That's what it feels like. But like, if you could just leave the group quietly, like it'd be fine. It's the fact that you get fucking pinged when it happens. It's so funny, dude. It's like the most. It's if you ever want to be passive aggressive like that, just join. Just leave all the Discord groups you have with that person. Hey Zay, thanks for becoming a channel member, dude. Appreciate that.
Oh, the gods have blessed us.
It's probably gonna be the last raid of the day. I know the gameplay quality was not, you know, the same as the raid quality, but we got into some good discussions. Got to rant. Hope it was entertaining, as far as maybe opened up how you see games, or how I see games at least. See through the lens of Karmakut's jaded fucking jaded, wary, exhausted lenses. Any recoil buffs? I have no idea, dude. I don't read patch notes for this game. Anymore, at least. I used to be, but not anymore. Have I played Insurgency Sandstorm? Yes. Well, at least we got into a match here. I got a Vogue. What are we rocking here? The chill, non-sweaty Tarkov is seriously fun. I'm glad, dude. I would like to get into a Blue Squad. Thanks for coming to channel member, dude. I would like to get more into the chill kind of, not variety. That's not what I mean, but like, you know, like talking to you guys about thoughts, ideas, and topics more. Because I know when I stream, especially with the games that I stream and the position and how I play those games, I'm usually fucking dialed in, locked in. But I think we can have interesting discussions here about the milsim space. Talk about those kinds of things. What am I talking about now? We're not talking about anything right now. We're just gonna drop it. Let's see if I find a backpack. Come back and grab it. Trying to think what I want to do on Thursday's stream. Or tomorrow's stream, I guess. I don't know if we're coming back to play more Tarkov. Do ready or not? We could do squad. No, probably not squad. Maybe we're Forger. Maybe we run our Forger op tomorrow. That might be the play. I think we run our Forger op tomorrow. With community. We haven't done that in a minute. So I think we're going to do that. Updates, thoughts, and updates on the wipe. It's Tarkov, just wipe. There's nothing new, and they haven't fixed anything significant gameplay-wise, gameplay loop-wise. So, nothing much to report. I think the next big update that might change how things feel is going to be, the armor update. Thumbnails annoying to make? They can be. I think Postscriptum is a dead game. So in my mind, a dead thing is something that isn't growing. So even if it's stagnated, in my mind, it's dead because it's eventually going to die. So in that way, yes, it is a dead game. It is not dead yet, though, and it is not necessarily dying at a you know, accelerated rate, but it is not growing, and I don't think it will ever grow more than, you know, what it is at right now. I think just it's gonna taper off eventually, but it's gonna take a while because there's a very dedicated player base that plays that, but there's no update, content update, or anything that's gonna draw new players in, or like a substantial amount of new players in. It'll always be a slow trickle of like, I see this. I like the players that go to play Postscriptum are of like three kinds. It's I really like Squad, but I like World War II. Here, I'll play Postscriptum. That's one. The other one is like, I like Hell Let Loose, but I want something more serious. What can I play? They go Postscriptum. Those are like the only two kinds of players that are playing Postscriptum. There's no one else that's going to that game. There's no publicity or marketing for that game. That game has zero exposure. And it's not doing anything new or different than Hell Let Loose or Squad to where it can stand out on its own. And just the dev team and the dev cycle behind that, as far as I know, there's nothing crazy planned for that game anymore. That game is, in my eyes, by my definition, dead. But it's still got a player base. There's still dedicated servers running for it. You can still play it, but I would not expect it to grow past its current stage ever. See AI and Ready or Not, it's phenomenal. You can play the same. You don't really know what to expect anymore. Just people hiding in closets or under beds or faking dead. It's a huge step in the right direction. I wouldn't say it's a minor thing. It's definitely a huge positive. That being said, and this is, I guess, also good. I have not even in all my hours yet interacted with the suicide bomber yet, so I still have to experience that. I have not, for whatever reason, not run into those or had those go off, or like, I don't know. I just don't have any. I've never interacted with the suicide bombers, and I have not interacted or seen any fake suicides or attempted suicides. So that could be a good thing where, like, I've been playing so much over the past 2 weeks on supporter that I, you know, still haven't even gotten to experience that, and I was still having a good time. Or it's a bad thing because that shit's broken or it's not being implemented correctly. But that's my impressions on the AI update. It's a fantastic step, and depending on like whatever situation mine was, it wasn't working, or I just haven't run into him. There's still content in this update despite playing it for 2 weeks that I have not necessarily figured out or interacted with. I have not seen the two maps alone, the two new maps alone, and the quality of them are phenomenal. Brisa Cove is also really dope. But yeah, it's Ready or Not's doing cool things every update. Took them a little longer on this one, but well within reason, I think. All these people in a hissy fit about Ready or Not are just kind of blowing things out of proportion a little bit. Yeah, but that's coming from me, a squad vet who waited 2 years for them to do something that they said they'd do. So maybe people do have a reasonable, hey, it didn't get delivered this month. But like, I'm like, ha, it got delayed like 3 weeks. Relax, dude. Or a month and 3 weeks. Oh no, a month and 3 weeks tops. I've been waiting fucking 12 plus months for Marines and squad. And even then, this full rollout was okay. Look, we have M16s, which are almost undiscernible from M4s, except for the peck is to the side and first-person point of view. Whoop-de-fucking-do. M27 IAR is on like 2 classes, and I can't even use it, or I shouldn't want to use it as an SL because it comes with fucking iron sights. Why would I use an IAR M27 with iron sights when I could take the M16 with ACOG in a gameplay reason? And also, why is an M27 given to a squad leader without the SDO? I don't understand. It's kind of fucking weird, dude. It's kind of weird. Ridgeline is also playable. It's not finished or boxed out or anything like that. Bro, I did nothing that raid. I was just completely distracted. We got some armor, though, I guess. We'll do one more. We'll do one more. I think run devs are the fastest devs in the entire milsim / tactical shooter space right now. I'm trying to think of a studio that does updates better than them. It's not Ground Branch. Ground Branch is slow. They still do good work, but they're just slow. Postscriptum's dead. Squad is like kind of back on track now, but we'll see how long that holds. And even then, they don't implement gameplay changes, like significant gameplay changes like Ready or Not. BI is doing an okay job with Reforger, like hot fixing things. They're doing they're not adding a ton of content, but if you pay attention to like Reforger's patches, Bohemia is doing a good job of like fixing things weekly or bi-weekly, or at least once a month, to push that game. So that's been in a good stage, but we'll see how content drops for that game look. What else is there? Insurgency Sandstorm just fucking chills out. They just up their updates are DLC purchasable content, which is a meme, or the prison map, or 2 guns. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Yeah, Sandstorm. Sandstorm gets me feeling a certain kind of way. Yeah. Ready or Not's probably the best, or the development team that has, like, if I had to pick all of them, has the most confidence. I have the most confidence out of all development teams right now, in Ready or Not. Escape from Tarkov, depending on how you look at it and what you want to see them push out, Escape from Tarkov isn't far behind, I would say. Compared to everything else, I think Ready or Not devs and Escape from Tarkov devs, they interact with their, or not interact, but they are the most involved, or most, maybe not involved is the right word, but they have life. I'll put it that way. Both Battlestate Games and Void Interactive are studios that feel like they have life behind them, right? And Squad just now recently some form of life, right? But all the other studios kind of feel like there's not that much life in those studios. That's how I put it. Is like a feeling of life. Sandstorm's updates are massively, dramatically underwhelming. Dramatically underwhelming. I would say it goes Ready or Not, Battlestate, and then OWI out of all the studios right now. BI has to prove himself on Reforger. We'll do one more round. Trying to think. Oh, Hell Let Loose. Hell Let Loose has gotten really quiet, right? Or maybe I'm just not paying attention. Has Hell Let Loose like announced anything or like released any big patch in like the last year? The Russia stuff is, in my impressions, the last big thing that came out of Hell Let Loose, right? Hell Let Loose has been pretty fucking quiet recently. I don't know if they plan on doing anything else. What's next for them? Does anyone know? You ever play Project Reality? No, I played it a little bit. I wouldn't really say that I played it. I played like 4 rounds with what's his name? I know who. God, what's his name? Wappa? No, what's his name? I forget. Not Blue Drake, no. Gooms, you know, is it Wappa? It's a goofy character. I think it's in Drakelings. I found it off my body. This. Yeah, I'd have to. God, he's such a distinct character, but I can't remember his fucking name for some reason. He's in Blue. He's like tight with Blue Drake. He was in Blue Drake's community. He's in DRK. I can't remember his name though.
Oh.
Hey
Gods
Vulcan,
bless
thanks dude.
this.
Appreciate that. Wicca. Wicca? It's gotta be Wicca. I think Wicca. Yeah, I think it was Wicca. There's an earthquake. Yeah, Wicca. Wicca's a fun guy. I like Wicca. Alright, let's see. Let's see if I spot a player within 30 seconds of this hardcore tactical game. Dude, what are these eggs? These are new. Golden egg, dude. Alright, we're gonna double back, go cash. Tarkov or squad? Depends. Do you want teamwork or do you want like really in-depth mechanics? You're a solo player, Tarkov. You want to play with team and experience that mass kind of like experience, squad. Yeah, Tarkov, it's the art style. Tarkov has a nice art style compared to like all these other games out. Like Tarkov is a gritty, grungy art style. But Reforger is fucking pretty, dude. What's the best thing to go for when starting a new wipe? Not dying. Out of everything you do, that's your number one concern. Because even if you get out with just like 1 or 2 things, but you survive, you'll make slow gains. Slow, consistent gains. So whatever you choose to do, just focus on living. I.e. not doing what we're doing on stream, because we're just running it down. We're just morbing it up. This is a morb wipe. More tactical shooter set story mode. Just do Arma. Make your own stories. Honestly. Unlimited stories with Arma. It's a diaper helmet. Dude, I gotta swag out here. Yeah, if you're new, don't worry about trying to fill up your bag. Just explore and survive and take what you can out. Yeah, Tarkov with modding or offline lobbies would be really cool. Damn. You gotta be so switched on when playing Tarkov, where you just fucking recline your chair. Here we go, boys. You either care to the extreme or you don't care at all. Those are the 2 modes of Tarkov. There's no in between. It's my favorite weapon in Tarkov. Honestly, I never played it like that. I usually, what would happen is I would just pick up guns that people use. Because believe it or not, having to go through and make a gun and like put all the attachments on in Tarkov is not a selling point for me. Like, I'm not really a gun oriented or like gun guy. I'm very much so like a tactics or like playstyle guy. So I like the thought. I like the fights. I like getting into fights and like working out how I'm gonna work the fight tactically. Like flanking or throwing nades or like just that whole engagement. That's what the biggest part of Tarkov was for me, because Tarkov, because of the loot mechanics, made players act a little bit more realistically than Call of Duty, etc. Because they didn't want to die, and so you could actually flank them and suppress them. Instead, it wasn't just Call of Duty. Everyone's running it down at each other. That was the main selling point for me. So when I got into gunfights and I would kill people, or when I'm playing Tarkov just like naturally, I don't have the time to go through and ask like fuck. I can't be asked to make a whole gun and like worry about like, oh well, I really like this gun because XYZ. So I would just use guns off the guys that I found who I killed and just use those because it's faster. And I would just change out the ammo. That would be the only thing I changed out. But that being said, I like how M4s look, or M4 or AR style platforms, just aesthetically, I guess, to answer that question. But yeah, I mean, if you go back and, for people who have watched stuff, know, like a lot of what I'll end up doing is I'll just pull guns that people have made off their bodies and use that instead of trying to sit in my lobby for 30 minutes building a gun from scratch. Thanks for
have
$2.
blessed us.
Should I get armor 3 or squad? Do you want to put in? Do you want something accessible but less control or freedom, or do you want something that if you learn how to use it or put the extra work in, you can do anything? But also the graphics are bad. So if you want control and to go wide and you're willing to put in the work and you have the patience for that, go armor 3. If you just want an easy experience you can click on into and play, go squad. But I think that was one of the first things in Tarkov that really turned me onto this game, is like getting shot at. My immediate thought is like, oh, I better run or seek cover or get the fuck out of the way, rather than like, oh, I'm just gonna 180 look for you and try to tap you out because I can. That was the big thing for me. And I was like, damn, there's something unique about this game that can make me feel like I don't want to do that. And then you start to realize, well, you eventually do get to that point regardless. And it's just a grind to get that to that point. And then also the fact that there are other parts about the game that I don't really like. For me, it's the gunplay. It's not the gunplay even, it's just the engagements that the game gives you. But then the thought of having to grind and get to a certain spot where I have the resources to build whatever I want is kind of annoying. And then also acknowledging that once I do reach that point where I have the funds to build whatever I want is when the game gets boring is kind of sad. I don't know how you fix that problem too. I'm not saying that's an easy problem to fix. But it's just a weird thing that happens in Tarkov. It's like the more you play, the more you make, the more you get comfortable, the more you have access to, but also the more boring the game gets. Because you now have access to everything, and you are no longer scared, and gear fear isn't a thing, because you have millions of rubles. It's a weird kind of thing that happens in late game Tarkov. It brings out like weird behavior too, because then you'll see people just rush money so that they can get over the being scared phase. And then that's the game they will like playing, is the when they have like 20 million rubles in the bank and they can make whatever kits and like go OP and operate their shit, like operator kit their guys out. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just interesting. I think the flea market ruined a lot of it. Going back to that, flea market's bad for the game, at least in my opinion, obviously. But flea market changed the dynamic significantly. Almost everything you do in this game revolves around the flea market to a certain extent. Yeah, like if I could change Tarkov to get it to be a little bit more what I want, I would probably rip all... everything would have to be found in game or killed off of a player, and the loot would be better randomized. And that would probably be closer to what I would like out of a game like this. But if you can just but like the thing is, like, that's a hardcore game to play, because if you suck, you just suck. You either learn the game or you fucking struggle and you can never get off the ground. The flea market is a crutch for players that can't find certain things or have a harder time, and so they're able to like farm money in other ways, liquidate it, and turn it into stuff to keep up with the hardcore player base or the better player base. So it is like kind of necessary if you want the game to gain like any kind of popularity, because the model I'm suggesting is not necessarily sustainable for a wide audience. Did he just shout after he went down, or is there a second scav here? Yeah, making that crutch for players, the flea market, it's rough, dude. Because if it's a crutch for...
Get me that.
If it's a crutch for player, like weaker players, or not weaker players, but like more casual players, the thing is that hardcore players can abuse the system. If I really know how to play Tarkov and I really know where everything spawns and I can outkill you, guess what? I can outkill you, go to these spawns and snowball myself, right? I can snowball even harder than before. because I'm able to fund all these things that I want instead of, you know, coming upon them rarely in the game or other means. I can now endlessly bankroll my stomping of other players. So just change the game dynamic. All right. Let's see here. Probably sort my stash, talk while doing it, and then yeah. In the end, it's a business, so eventually rip hardcoreness. Yeah, and that's like what I was saying earlier. It's sad.
The gods
Like, is that the path that all hardcore games take? Like, can hardcore only truly exist in modded scenarios because companies either A, need money, or B, get greedy? You know? Like, is that the curse of being a hardcore game developer? Is that your game will eventually become casualized? Is that always to happen? Is there no other way that hardcore games can exist because it's so niche? Like, that's my question, right? Is like there is that truly why can't I put this in here? Item is incompatible. Did they stop backpack stacking? Interesting. I think it's because I have I remember reading something about this. It changed how like certain backpacks you could not infinitely stack them because of the additional slots at the bottom. I don't fucking know which backpacks those are. I don't keep up with that shit. But like, is that the curse of hardcore shooters? Is that they can only exist in free modded experiences because once they start making money, they either A, get blinded by the money, or they cannot fund their full vision of the game without selling out or, you know, going wide a little bit, and then the culture of the game is lost? Is that the tragedy of hardcore shooters? I'd like to think not, because that's depressing, you know? That's fucking depressing. It doesn't have to be so hardcore that turns everyone off. Like, that's obviously not the goal, right? Or maybe it just hasn't been done correctly. You think that's a possibility, chat? You think maybe just hardcore tactical FPS has not done correctly to a scale where it has popped off? Do you think someone just hasn't gotten the formula right? Or do you think people have gotten the formula right and that it's just the path of every hardcore indie game to eventually casualize itself for a greater audience? It's been done in the past with early R6. I know it's been done in the past with early R6, but look at where Rainbow Six stands now as a franchise, right? Hardcore into casual, whatever the fuck this is. Do I need the eggs, or can I just vendor these? I don't even know what this shit does. What else? Do we still trade this for Bitcoin these days? I don't even know. I'm assuming we can vendor this as well. I don't know what they changed in requirements for. Can I sell all this stuff, chat, or do I need this stuff? I'm pretty sure I can sell it unless there's a quest or something I don't know about anymore. Am I keeping any of this? Keep the leftmost. I need the tool. The wrench. What do you mean by tool? Sell gold, chain, and Tetris. And the whiskey. Keep the pressure gauges. Alright, but what about the egg? What about the golden egg? What is this shit? What about the vase? Golden egg and vase. Yes, no. What about this? Is this good? No, there's no way. There's no way in hell. No fat chance in hell that Tarkov comes to console. Just sell it. We're just gonna sell it. I don't know what Mayor is. Is that a streamer? Is that a Twitch streamer? Is that Twitcher? I'm so fucking stupid. Oh god. Oh god. I'm so fucking stupid. Okay. Oh, the Tetris. All right, chat. I think that's gonna wrap up today's stream. It was fun. I had fun chatting with you guys and hanging out. It was good. Tomorrow we will probably do a Reforge drop. I gotta talk to my guys and see who's willing to Zeus it, but we will probably do a Reforge drop. Yeah, that's pretty much all we've got for today. Stream's gonna go up as a VOD immediately after if you missed all the rants in the beginning. I think there's some good content in there. Well, who knows? Other than that, Friday will probably either be a Ready or Not video or a squad video or an airsoft video. Got content lined up for this weekend, so it should be good. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed. Like, comment, follow, subscribe. All that good stuff. Discord. You know how to do it. You know the deal. But that's it, guys. Take it easy. Be safe. Be happy. And good hunting out there, guys.